the deal breaker when I try to date is it's just like, oh, you can't drive, and we'll never be able to drive. Well, bye. If you're renting from the bank now, isn't that just called having a mortgage? All right, chat, we should play Dwarf Fortress. So, Twitch chat, you can say hi, YouTube. Also, nice guy, you're not wrong. The YouTube algorithm is kind of fucked currently. It's quite the adventure made you start building more fortresses on the same map. Really? Are you building in the same area? Or are you, like, building elsewhere in the world? Hopefully the magic happens this channel is worthy. That'd be cool. I mean, I've had magic happen before. You know, Dwarf Fortress released once. Goretusk. This is where I saved it to. 369. Fortress Goretusk. That's not dating, that is a coffer? You mean a coffin? Or am I, like, misreading slang? Channel got you through a very hard time in college, and this is the least you can do to pay it back now that you can? Well, thank you, Test Successful. You know, that just reminds me of a thing that a friend told me once. This guy goes by Dr. Soaps on Twitch, and I think he has a different name on YouTube, but Dr. Soaps is a heart surgeon, right? Like a actual heart surgeon. And when he first found my channel years ago, he was just starting med school. So, like, more than 10 years ago, well, around 10 years ago, he was, like, just starting to go into the profession. And, like, 9 years later, gifted me 80% of a computer. Because I was, well, not quite 9 years later. It was, like, 7.5, 8 years later, gifted me most of a computer. Because he's just like, well, I'm upgrading my computer. Do you want a new one? He's never the sort of guy to really just throw money at a stream, but, like, he's just like, well, I'm successful now. So here, I'll just give you all of my old computer parts. And what was even better was it was, like, during COVID, so he couldn't, like, leave the house, really. So he's just like, hey, if you bring me, like, a 2 liter, like, two liters of ginger ale, I'll give you a computer. So I literally traded 2 liters of ginger ale for, like, an i7 700K and a new motherboard and some RAM. Basically a new computer, because my CPU was not cutting it anymore. Leveling them next to elven locations to destroy them and explore the old fort for forgotten beasts. There you go. Never underestimate the impact you have on people. You know, it's very easy to underestimate the impact that you have on people in this industry. Because YouTube makes, like, all platforms do this. Twitch does this. Twitch is better about this, I think, and live streaming is better about this. But when it comes to, like, video content, it's very, very, very easy to underestimate the amount of, like, impact you have on people. Because these platforms do a very good job of abstracting it, you know? Like, for me, I always akin this stuff to, like, Total Biscuit. Total Biscuit had a humongous impact on me. Like, massive. Like, I think I watched every single video he uploaded in the WTF Is series multiple times. I listened to every episode of his podcast. I watched all of the VODs for every stream he ever did. There were some videos I missed, but the vast majority of the stuff he did, I watched. And, like, you know, I said hi to him once at a convention, right? So I understand that, like, it's very easy to have an impact on people without being directly aware of it, but the platforms make it even harder to be aware of it. Kobolds can make forts, apparently in Legends mode. A Kobold Civ founded a site owned by them. So that's not them making a fort. What that is them claiming a location. King Sheep 26 in YouTube chat. That's them claiming a location. So they can claim a location like a cave, a pit, an old abandoned fortress. They can reclaim fortresses, but they can't actually construct anything themselves. But they can, in fact, claim and live in places and name places. Who needs a fort tour, chat? And then we'll name that dwarf that needs to be named. Because no banner flags has requested a dwarf. That's one. Me? Okay. So this fortress is... Okay, so for the Twitch chat here, if you type in ! goal, are Kobold Civs hidden on the map? Their name locations, yes, unless they claim an abandoned site. Then it's like, this cave is a Kobold cave. This fortress is a Kobold fortress. This tower is a Kobold tower because everything else there died and they moved in. This city is a Kobold city. It's like, no, it's not. There's 5 Kobolds that live there and all the people are dead. So, unless it's a reclaimed location, yes, they are hidden. They're kind of like camps. You have to discover them. It is a volcano, and it is very far away from the home civ. It's all the way down here. The home civ is up here. Now, this faction is mostly dead. In fact, they're dying more. I might actually allow visitors in this fort at some point, because I think that'd be fun. But they are dying, quite literally. There is one major fortress left with a population of 300. And not, you know, a ton left going on here. They've been destroyed pretty handedly by these goblins and these goblins down here. So my plan for this fort is to build it up, build a sizable military, and then attack these goblins. So we're just going to go to war with these goblins. I'm just going to start down here and just start bashing, because these are all pretty low populations for these goblins. And we're just going to start... Okay, maybe not that. We're going to try and take out a good chunk of these goblins down here. That is like my goal for this fort. For previous forts that I've had, there's this one. This is Dragon Spike. This was part of the same fort faction as this. This down here is a hillocks that was reclaimed by... Well, as Dragon Spike was sitting there. And that fortress that you guys are all aware of is this right here. Pretty inconspicuous, but it was here. It is destroyed. It got routed. My plan for this fortress is to just go to war for a little bit, have some fun, and not really... Oh, yeah, there's also elves that we're at war with down here. And not really take things too seriously. Actually, no, these aren't elves. These are goblins who've taken over elves. Ooh, that's fun. We get to liberate elves. Goblin forest retreat with 600 people. Jesus Christ. And I think my next big... challengey fort will probably be... Where is that volcano? This one. It rains blood on this volcano. So I'm thinking we'll do a only ramps fort on a raining blood volcano, because that seems like it'll be fun. So the only way I'm allowed to dig would be ramps. So no stairs, no like horizontal digging, only ramps. I think that would make for a good video similar format. I don't know if this fortress will become that kind of format. Maybe something smaller, less ambitious, but the actual fort itself, I did actually use footage of this fortress in the video. It's in the very intro, because it is a really cool kind of location. We have iron and lead and silver. We're building up and around and doing a lot of mining in the sides of the volcano. The front door is currently right here, but I'm kind of planning and working towards making this into the front door over here. I'm thinking multi-Z level high, kind of big Moria-esque walkway. That'll go down a few more layers, probably down to about layer 44, maybe 40 even, and then go underneath the main fortress and then back up and in through this side and then expose this area to the sky and give it a skylight. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Currently, we're out of range of all enemies, so we're not actually getting attacked by anything right now. It's actually pretty chilled. Merlin Buff, thanks for the 20th month. Greatly appreciate you. Welcome back. In the entrance over here, we have this 2Z level high entry walkway, which then leads over here into kind of the main kind of living and crafting area. This is just a bunch of forges. I think they look a little bad. I need to make them look better. We've got a quantum stockpile here for metals, and this right here is a legendary... what's it called? Guild Hall, which is for weaponsmiths. Over here, we have another legendary guild hall, which is 2 floors for metalsmiths. I do have the economy set to hard in this, and what that does is it makes the value demands for locations like these like triple the value. So instead of being like, I think it's 3,000 value and 10,000 value, it's 6,000 value and 30,000 value. So it's quite a lot that you actually have to do to satisfy demands for places like this, but it's a bit of fun, and I've been enjoying it. We are building weapons and weapon artifacts because we don't even have a tavern yet. We are focusing very heavily on weaponsmithing. So because of that, basically all of these dwarves are just doing weaponsmithing demonstrations around the clock. And so we're getting a lot of artifact weapons. So I'm going to use those to, you know, build up for possible adventurers or stuff like that. We do have temples. This is one of the demanded temples right here. This one below it is another one. This one over here, or this one over here is the generic one. This is another demanded temple. We've got above ground farming. We're farming blueberries. We're farming bilberries. We're farming more bilberries and cranberries. This is my underground farming, which is kind of ironic that it's above it. The fortress is going to be defended by bolts and melee hammer dwarves because we have a lot of silver. And then up here we have our kitchen. We are farming. We are fishing in the caverns. This is the mayor's keep, basically. And I need to beautify that a little bit. And then this is where we're doing our masonry work, our stone cutting, and that's our stack of stones. Not everybody has a bedroom yet, so the dwarves aren't super satisfied in that regard. But, you know, as you can see, the moods are fine because of all of the extracurricular activities and learning they have to do. And then as far as the lower bolts, plows, and hooks, yeah, provide for your dwarves. Down here is the caverns, which I've sectioned off, and this is our side goal. We have elephants here. They are stray elephants. They will take 10 years. They have to become 10 years old before they can mate. We were able to embark with elephants. So because we were able to embark with elephants, I decided that that'll be our side goal. We have this kind of headcanon thing that the elephants in this map are like royal treasures or something, and we are trying to become a new mountain home. So in order to become a new mountain home, we need to breed elephants. That is kind of my goal for this fort, is to breed and make war elephants and send them off to war. So, yeah. Afternoon, Piggy Gamer. It's good to see you. So that's this fortress. That is the goal for this fortress, is we are... and if you're wondering why it's walled off like this, is because I did cave-ins. The reason for that was there was just water everywhere here, and I wanted to get rid of it. And apparently I have a giant olm I can train, so let's just do that real quick, because I've got a Tricell Peregrine. I was going to say, I thought that I had a legendary animal trainer, or a higher skill animal trainer. Do I not? Kind of wanted to get the elephant tender working on this. Grampton King, thanks for the 5-pack. Appreciate you, man. Thought I did. I want my expedition leader to do this job. Just have to spot her. The elephant tender. Yeah, there you are. You're a weaponsmith. It's like, it's nice that they sort these all, but they don't actually give me the ability to search in this screen yet. This is one of my most wanted features for this screen, is to be able to search this screen. Yeah, you don't show. All right, well, I guess I can't make you train them then. We'll just go with the better one then. And yeah, so that's kind of the plan for this fort and the goal for this fort. Of course, if you type in ! characters as well, you'll get named dwarves that are not named after viewers. And here we have a Darkened Dawn. We have a Devilish Potato, Alien Slayer, Amethyst, Bonesaw, Budgie, who actually migrated over from Dragonspike. Cow, just a real gamer cow. Darius Cardrin, Ermaluk, who also migrated over from Dragonspike. Gazoom and Grandpa and Groot and Him Go Fast. Hunter Meyer, Ilmirin, and Indiridius, as well as other Indiridius. We have 2 Indiridiuses. Indiridius, we need to speak. Kyokyo Doka and Mass Morass, as well as Napalm and Neezer and Ranger Rick and Rydern and Rykalu, Salvador, Sirius Celsas, Snail, Storm Grip, the Elephant Tender, who was our expedition leader, and UDK 450. Where did Grandpa go? Did I not? Oh yeah, and it's just Grandpa. Grandpa the Ranger. I called him Grandpa because I I don't know. He's related to a bunch of people from previous forts. So he's related to Bonesaw. He's related to Prismatic Flux, Elfie Bean, and Sentient Potato. So a bunch of people from my chat. And also is in love with somebody else who was in the chat. So, you know, I thought that it was interesting to just give this guy a name because he's historically important. And now, no banner flags. You said that you wanted a dwarf. And I know you said you had no preference. So I will give you the happiest unnamed dwarf, who's Id the Weaponsmith. Does this suit your fancy? Or would you prefer a hammer dwarf or perhaps a fish dissector? Also, hello V in the YouTube chat, as well as Robert and King Sheep. Goblin art. Video was great. You love the Fortress commentary vids. Well, there you go. Glad you liked it, mate. Goblin King _art did the art for the big video. So the kind of cursed icon on the front page and the Fortress logo, the little map thing. Happiest unnamed dwarf. Okay, we'll go with Id then. No banner flags is a weaponsmith. You're a skilled weaponsmith, and you're also a novice miller. You're actually jubilant after the remembering the establishment of a guild hall for the Company of Steel. That's the Metalsmiths Guild. And that was excellent timing, and I can't read it anyway. But, you know, you do feel pleasure after being near a tastefully arranged door. You didn't feel anything after seeing a muskox's dead body, and you were satisfied at work. You had a pretty decent meal, and you want to be around friends and family. I mean, you're getting bonus stuff. You like your job a lot. You didn't feel anything after sleeping without a proper room. I should probably just make like a really, really, really nice dormitory. That's what I should do. I should make a really, really, really nice dormitory. Maybe make it like next to the tavern or something, you know? About to be on call for work, but good luck and have fun. We'll see you later, Potpourri. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for swinging by. Thanks for taking the time. And remember, if you like that video, the best thing that you can do for it, aside from saying thank you that you liked the video, is by sharing it, sending it to people that you think might like it. All right, let's read this dwarf's description. And then we'll go catch up with the expedition leader and the mayor. We need to look into the mayor a little bit. Is obsessed with order and structure in his own life, with everything kept in its proper place. He is often cheerful and is quick to form negative views about things. He tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, can occasionally overindulge, and is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He's getting used to tragedy, and he is getting used to tragedy. He personally believes that the time taken to master his skill is a horrible waste, finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. As a reminder, anybody at tier 2 in the chat can type in !dwarf to nominate themselves or somebody else for a dwarf. Jess, what up? It's good to see you. I've been busy and editing too much. Like, way too much. It's absurd. But hope you're doing well, Jess. He finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. He likes tin glaze and fine pewter and smoky quartz and giant kakapo tooth, pike bone, sheep's wool, and the color heliotrope, gems and battle axes and gauntlets and tables and ballista parts. And when possible, prefers to consume cavefish, bayberry wine, and flax seeds and coffee cherries. And hates worms. Doesn't have a proper bedroom, but, you know, generally having a pretty good life, I think. So far, at least. Budgie already has a dwarf. Budgie's dwarf migrated here from the last fort. So Budgie not only has a dwarf, but is also our manager and is no longer stressed. Was haggard when he arrived and has since fixed that. But how you doing, Jess? Chat room, can I get a shout out for Jess, if possible? Please and thank you. Jess, if you don't know, is a member of my Twitch stream. Elfie does not currently have dwarf. You should go give her a follow. There you go. Click the heart up at the top of the stream. Kick that editing's butt. I mean, I did, but I had to take a day off of streaming. It's okay. I think it was worth it. People seem to like the videos, so. It was my first upload in, oh geez, like 14 days or something. It's like the longest I've gone without uploading a video on YouTube in maybe ever. Happiest beardless dwarf. Okay. Elfie, I hate to break it to you. I think you're a fish dissector. Elfie Bean is euphoric due to inebriation and has a pet goose named Obak. She lacks confidence in her abilities, and she is currently more confident. We should make your goose into the tavern bouncer. And she lacks confidence in her abilities, and she is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. And she can be very single-minded. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she tends to think before acting. She enjoys the company of others and has a greedy streak. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and she tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. She prefers to present herself modestly and likes to brawl, and does not go out of her way to help others. She can handle stress, and she has an active sense of humor. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and is getting used to tragedy, which is strange. Personally, finds leisure time to be wasteful and does not particularly value the truth, because like nobody's died in this fort yet. She likes dacite rose gold and tourmaline, as well as cedar wood and reindeer antler, unless they consider not having a bedroom a tragedy. But the colored chartreuse and okahedra, spears and armor stands and anvils, and hedgehogs for their many spines. And the words of the mindful saffron and the sound of the laces of pregnancy, and when possible prefers to consume giant mosquito. What's wrong with you? And gutter crewer. Actually, what is wrong with you? And she hates fire snakes. Her protruding, close-set bronze eyes are very round, and her teeth are tangled. She has a scratchy voice and a narrow chin, and her hair is curly. She has a pet goose once again, and she's a member of the religion the Lined Coven. Her most noticeable thought when she first arrived was sympathy after bringing somebody to rest in bed. You know, maybe this is like Dwarf Fortress's equivalent of blood pudding. Cheers, Marcelu. Took a while, but work shows for itself. It was a really great watch. I mean, it didn't take a while. It took like Thursday evening I started working on it till Tuesday. Like 5 days. And it was like 2 hours the first day, 6 hours the second day, and then like 12 hours the third day, and 12 hours the fourth day, and 12 hours the fifth day, basically. Marcelu, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. It means a lot. Okay, so current operation of business here is I am building a tavern, and connected to the tavern, I'm going to build a barracks. And connected to the barracks and the tavern, I'm also going to make a nicer dormitory. So this is going to become the tavern. Tavern's going beneath the kitchens. I'm thinking maybe we put the barracks like either up here or like maybe in here somewhere. Because I can connect the barracks to the tavern and allow the dwarves that are training to be served by the tavern keeper kind of deal, which is actually really good for your military's moods. So that's something that I'm planning to do. And, you know, working forward from there. And over here is, you know, above ground farming, which I think I already mentioned. So I also need trash disposal at some point, because currently I have none. I have no trash disposal currently. And because we have a volcano right there, it's like silly that I don't. So let's follow the expedition leader. Or the once expedition leader, now no longer expedition leader. What are you up to? Storing an owned item? Actually has a bedroom. One of the upper class dwarves. Can jewelry wear out? If they have X's, then yes. I'm pretty sure like everything can wear out. Looks like we need new socks. Curious about how the cloth industry is doing. Okay, let's just do 20 pairs of silk socks. Silk sock, and let's also do silk hoods. Or not hoods, caps. Because everybody's getting a cap. That is the uniform for this fortress. So let's do 50 caps and 20 socks. Apparently we're also making gloves and shoes, but I definitely ran out of cloth, so I'm just going to get rid of those. And let's do silk glove and silk shoe. Let's do 20 of each. Okay. But yes, jewelry can absolutely wear out. Just curious about where this dwarf heads, because they're pretty bored. They want an exciting life. They want to make merry. I think that's the biggest issue right now that the fort is having, is dwarves want to make merry, and currently I have nowhere in the fort that they can, because I don't have a tavern, right? Like, that's just the reality of it. They cannot make merry because they do not have a tavern. So their only activity is weaponsmith training, basically. Learning to become a weaponsmith. Listening from all of these legendary weaponsmiths about how to make weapons. And there's only 2 or 3 stations here where we can make weapons, and currently they're all just making lead chests. Although I think I might actually be out of lead again. Bars. Yes, we are in fact out of lead, because we're not currently smelting galena. So I will just be like, yo, guys, go smelt this stuff until we run out. Those tasks will get done pretty quick because it's all right here, you know. There are also probably dwarves hauling stuff. And we've built up several more additions to the squads. And our squads are called the Bloody Tusks and the Ivory Priests, which means we have this elephant theme going on. I need an elephant-themed name for a Marksdwarf squad, because that's what I'm building here. Is lead poisonous to dwarves? No. No, it is not. So lead mugs are totally fine. And Vakruk, how are you doing today? Let's say maybe the... Ooh. The beautiful ears. Beautiful, that's a Dumbo reference. Greyfoot? Ooh. I mean, so this is going to be like a ranged squad, basically. Reign of Tusks is pretty good, actually. Reign of Tusks. I quite like that. I'm gonna go with the Reign of Tusks. Flying peanuts. I'm just thinking about peanuts, like the series now. Oh, you know what? Let's just cut gems, let's just say 30 gems, and encrust furniture with cut gems, let's say 25. Because I didn't realize I had so many gems in this. Bunch of opals and things. And the mayor, who is Ermaluk, who migrated from an older fort, is hauling a cavefish. Relieved to have a mandate deadline met. It's kind of funny. This dwarf is actually really happy about their mandates, but at the same time, I'm completely ignoring one of their demands. Because their demand is they want a nickel something. And it's like a nickel table. What is it? Nickel weapon rack in their office. I don't have nickel. I could give them silver. I mean, fuck. I could give them, like, iron or steel, even. But nope, they want nickel. So, you know. It's kind of a bit of a pain. Just a bit of a pain. But yeah, I'm going to let this squad, the Bloody Tusks, train for a little bit more. And once I have a second squad that's like functional, we're going to start sending the Bloody Tusks out to go attack things. Not like straight up siege stuff, but just, you know, begin the process of, you know, training up ambushing and tactics by stealing books from places. What's their spouse name? Kokoro. Koro, Koko. That's somebody from chat. Oh, never mind. I don't need to do anything. A force that is vile and dark has arrived, and they are seeking a parley. I'm kind of surprised by that. Morning! How you doing, Chad? That is a small vile force of darkness. The concern is I'm pretty sure my military is all cave adapted. So, because they're seeking a parlay, they're very conveniently right here. I'm just going to send the military outside and see if they start puking. Because if they don't... Like, just checking them. We do have some recruits. Most of these dwarves have been training for a bit now. And these are the militia commanders. Competent? Desperately needs new gloves, though, and new shoes. Training dummies? Free gear? False advertising? I wonder if I can train giant olms. Once they get set up. Just looking to see if they're cave adapted. Okay, Gazoom is. Yes, they are in fact cave adapted. So if I'm gonna tell them to fight, we have to fight underground, or we are going to lose soldiers. So I could dig a tunnel over to here. When you're less full of bees. So I can't tell how literal you are. Do you mean full of bees figuratively, or do you mean literally? Because if you are literally full of bees, yes, you should very much figure out why you are currently filled with bees. But if you're not being literal, I hope whatever the issue is sorts itself out. Figuratively, I have to ask. There was one time where you were like, I have to go deal with a cockroach infestation, and I didn't realize they were your pet's food. I think that's a fair question when it comes to you. But best of luck. I hope you sort out whatever the problem is. Yikes. Wizard Birdman. So...
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Such a small army, though. Where are they from, actually? This guy's related. This dwarf has a husband? You have a spouse? All wielding copper gear. You've got iron. This one's got 2 lovers. Hell yeah. These are like some notable goblins, too. If they have a spouse, it means they are notable. Okay, you have a symbol. On the item is a rendition of the Fated Ruthlessness, a masterfully designed image of a Onyxo melody pipe. The image is a symbol of the Deceiver of Depressions, a goblin civilization. It is made from pangolin bone. All right, well, I need to make a burrow if we're going to do this. It should be pretty quick, though, because of how I've designed this fort. I'll just need to remember to turn it back off pretty quick. And also, we're in an ad break right now on Twitch, so you're not really missing much. Do you miss anything important? We've been sieged by a handful of goblins, so I'm prepping for it. And I do mean like a handful. There's not a huge number of them, but there's enough that it's like... I think I hit the color button. There's enough that I need to deal with it. Kind of deal. Something weird happened today. You had a notification saying that a marsh titan was here, but no trace of it. Wow, that is bizarre. I wonder if it was stealth. Wait, did you have the surface totally locked off? Because I wonder if it was like stealthed. That is bizarre. Very strange. Especially that it happened 3 years later. That's the truly strange bit to me, is that it just appeared somewhere later. Okay. So that's our burrow. I'm going to assign everybody to it. But I'm also going to have to add this area into the burrow. And this. So, Titan, where the Titan time traveled? I was probably just stealth, but I didn't know they could do that, that's the weird bit to me. Is that they can do that. All right, let's do this. This will be a big, ugly tunnel right now, and I'm not super thrilled that I have to dig it. But it had to be done at some point. Why don't we actually make this go this way a little bit? It's probably a bug, yeah. You are not mistaken. It is likely a bug. All right, so we're just going to let the dwarves dig that out. And once they're done digging that out, that's when we'll begin the combat. That's when we will deny their parlay. Currently, we are debating it internally, definitely, by digging a tunnel to them. 2 arms? What about legs, though? Because I need to compensate for cave adaptation. That's going to be one of the bigger challenges in this fort. Is compensating for cave adaptation. Because I'm not going to make a huge effort to just combat it organically. Which, you know, it's going to be fun. And he did well with outstanding. Yeah, but these are not zombified dwarves. These are living dwarves that are susceptible to sleepiness. They're also not anywhere near as trained as he is. What year did this fort start in? 365, I think. Of course, I know my own commands. 365, yes. You haven't liked the tedious moments of dealing with cave adaptation on bigger forts? It is something you can mod out of the game really easily. I like that it's back because it makes you think about how you're going to build your forts. You have to plan in advance. Are you going to make a fort that's friendly for the surface, or are you going to commit entirely to an underground fort? I like it because it makes you weigh the pros and cons of being stuck underground. Because it's the negative of like just turtling, basically. And I like that there's a negative to turtling. Because otherwise, Dwarf Fortress just becomes a game about solely, hiding underground and never, like, bothering to acknowledge the existence of the surface. And I do think that is kind of a negative. Oh, hey, look. More magnetite. Excellent. Zip that over back home. Wheelbarrows are already rolling in with it, too. Build a vomit pit? It dries up way too quick. Like, it evaporates super quickly for that to really be a thing that you can consistently do. We'll follow Snail. And Daubon. You do have some. You've been training for the last year, so yes, you do in fact have some proper skills. Sounds like a pleasant smell. What, dry vomit? In YouTube chat, I, a noob, faced a challenge today. Fisher Dwarf kept preparing raw fish and making heaps and heaps and heaps of mussel shells, and that filled massive refuse stockpile 40 by 40, and the shells just kept coming. Go here. I think it's under labor. You could turn off automatically clean fish, which would stop them from doing that. You can also... Where is it? But then you'll still have just, like, fish everywhere. There is just, like, a way to just stop them from fishing, too. You could just also hit here, go to this, and then hit nobody does this, or just make shellcrafts. But shellcrafts are terrible value-wise, so... Mistake one, having a Fisher Dwarf. I mean, yes, that too. That's always my joke, is just like, well, that's your problem. You made Fisher Dwarves. It is good for decorating, yeah. Decorate with shells. I think that's the craft store shop, right? So I'm going to need to remove all of this from the burrow once I'm done digging it. Or force one bone carver to infinitely make shell crafts, and those shells get... if the shells get above a certain point. I usually just throw them all into the trash, but, you know. We're all entitled to live our lives, I suppose. I do have more miners than this. This is all just on low priority because it's been a minute and I restarted the game since I last played. So now I have lower priority, so they're prioritizing socializing and things over digging. Who's coming out now to help? Yuzel. Yuzel, how are you feeling today, bud? Unable to acquire something for too long. You have a fancy-ass hat, though. What do you want to acquire? Maybe I should make some iron crafts. Save the game, Cap. There you go. Then your citizen militia can also wear bone armor, which is ever so slightly better than leather. I mean, or you could wear leather armor studded with bone, which is cooler. I don't know if it's better, but it's cooler. Once the game's done saving, what kind of dwarf do you want, UGDPY? We're kind of limited on nobles right now because I'm not really willing to make a... What's the word? I'm not quite... Oh, a peasant? Okay, I was going to say, I'm kind of limited on the nobles because everybody wants nobles, but I might not actually have any peasants because they might all just be weaponsmiths, but let me see. Yeah, so I think all of my peasants are immediately converted into weaponsmiths because my weaponsmith guild is public. Also, there's a super chat in the YouTube chat which says, "Congrats on the Godly Tombs edit. You did a great job with it." Thanks, mate. With $5. Thank you for the super chat. How about just a weaponsmith? Because that is... You're proficient? Like, that's basically a weaponsmith that's like just proficient is basically a peasant here. Here's an adept weaponsmith. We'll go with that. Lady weaponsmith is tough and lustful. She's fearful and altruistic and quick to give up. She has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and she is prone to strong feelings of lust. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She isn't particularly curious about the world, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and rarely feels discouraged, and is assertive, and thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. She doesn't handle stress well, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally sees engaging in commerce as a high ideal in life. Also, chat, can I get a round of beers in the Twitch chat for the super thanks in YouTube? And YouTube, don't forget to click that heart button. Thank you much, guys. And also the like button, all the buttons. She dreams of mastering a skill, and personally likes microcline, nickel, and kunzite, as well as pond turtle shell and moons and animal traps and giant platypuses for their venomous spurs, and the words of the true reason and the sight of the fancy glosses, and when possible prefers to consume fonio beer and flax seeds, and absolutely hates jumping spiders. Can't fucking stand them, man. Just can't stand them. And she has 3 friends in the fort, and... feels fondness when speaking with an acquaintance, and satisfied after learning about metalsmithing, and is hanging out in the upper floor of the Metalsmiths Guild. And I need to put flooring here. All right, so we are witnessing the digging of this. This is what we are currently doing. So these are the 2 squads that we have. They're all pretty much fully equipped. In fact, some of them are going to go get better gear. I could get them wearing shoes if I change their uniform so they don't wear shoes, but that would make them less happy. That Minotaur statue goes hard. It's all of the settling / wanderings of a Minotaur that lives in this region, or lived in this region at some point. I'm not certain he's still in this region. This dwarf is hauling boulders. Woodcutting, and I don't want to start a war by attacking if I could, because military was all the dark. They were getting freed over and over and over again, and so you wanted to be okay. Well, let's see if I can read this. You managed to find the entrance to godly tombs. Oh yeah, true. I guess like the entrance to godly tombs would just be like a weird, hard to find mess of a place. To check something behind the scenes, apparently. There is a fire alarm going off, too, in my building currently. That's fun. That or it's my neighbor's building. It's kind of hard to tell. Where is this bloody setting? No. How do I do this? For some reason, Twitch gifting is disabled on my merch store, and it's not allowing me to reconnect it. It's like disabled for some reason. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, there we go. I see. Authorize. Save. There you go. Should be reauthorized now. Let's also do that. I don't know what deactivated it. They never told me, so I had to resync it. All right, sorry for phasing out of existence for a second there, but I had to enable something in my merch store. And cheers. Thanks, YouTube chat, for the well wishes. The barren frozen wasteland, there lies this. It's like a single trap door in the middle of the ground, yeah. Well, no, actually, there's several stairs in, but the main trap door is the biggest going concern. Okay, so they will finish cutting out literally everything else first, and then they will do this last. So now I need to just bring the military up to here. And then once they're done digging this out, make this area no longer part of the borough. And there's the military, and they're in a spot where they won't get sick from the sky. And I can just do this. Just gonna double check it's not actually my building. I don't think it is. No, definitely the neighbor's building. It's kind of hard to tell from here because each floor has their own fire alarm system here. All right, smoke rises slowly from the chair. It's someone's vaping behind me. It's a big mess. All right, let's just turn this off. It's been a while since I've been sieged by goblins. They never got to siege the last fort. All right, let's see how big this army is. Is it just this? It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's kind of weird that their first siege, though, is so small. Like, that was a proper siege. That wasn't like there was no, like, what's it called? Actually, you know what? I'm going to move them around the corner so that they don't see them initially. There was no initial, like, scouters. It was just the full thing. You want your entire fort wearing armor. They can't do that, Hunter. Blackwell. So, if they are in the military, that's the military. If they are in... So in YouTube chat is asking, hey, Blind, can you give me some information on uniform conflicts? I want my entire fort wearing armor. You can make metal clothing, which your dwarves will equip. You can make metal leggings that they will equip. And I think you can make metal shirts that they sometimes equip. But you cannot have peasants that will do all of the jobs in the game that are also wearing armor. Miners can't wear armor because armor is considered a military. So if they're actively in the military and off duty, they won't go equip a pick. They also won't do most tasks. So you cannot do that. Like, the game doesn't work that way. Here comes the goblin horde. So yeah, same with woodcutters, right? The game just isn't compatible with that kind of thing. Woodcutters and hunters, yep. If you want your military to wear boots, I can explain that in a minute, because I'm about to set up a squad that'll wear boots. But simply put, they can't wear boots and shoes at the same time. Okay, they come around this way. Oopsies. Okay. Who do I want to follow? Let's follow Gazoom, just because they're up at the front. They're a competent hammer dwarf. And the goblins come around the corners right about now. You can make a uniform include literally whatever you want. So I will go over custom uniforms in a second. The dwarves move up. The first one in combat is this goblin, whose name is Usu, who has a husband elsewhere and worships the deity Inu. They are a legendary armor smith, which is kind of impressive. You know, someone who has this save file, look up Guile Wicked. I'm curious if this guy has any, or if this lady has any notable history, because she is a legendary weaponsmith, right? And a decent spearman, too. Like, this goblin must have some sort of history. The goblin spearman stabs the hammer dwarf in the upper leg with her silver spear, but the attack was deflected by the iron greaves. The dwarf here is terrified while in conflict and doesn't feel anything after being unable to acquire something for so long. Is frustrated after being unable to practice the craft, so I do need these dwarves to take a break. The hammer dwarf strikes the goblin spearman, but the shot is blocked and parried by the silver spear. The goblin stabs the hammer dwarf in the upper leg with a silver spear, but the attack was deflected. If I hit pause, if I move a few turns forward, it seems like the dwarves are already getting the upper hand here, unless that's dwarven blood. Nope, that's goblin blood. The goblin is now bleeding. If I move the time up a little bit more, we have some dwarves lying down. A dwarf got injured immediately, it looks like. Are you injured? How come you have that sad face? I see, because they got stabbed in the lower leg with a copper scimitar, but it was deflected, but it tore apart the muscle. So it twisted the leg, basically, causing them to fall over. And they say, can it all end so quickly? Begone fear, says Neezer. But I think the dwarves do actually have the upper hand in numbers. The first goblin is flying to pieces, currently just getting bashed repeatedly by hammers in the foot. That's not good. And the hammer dwarf scratches the goblin spearman in the upper front teeth, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Hello, Blue Owl. It's good to see you. Owie, pretty much, yeah. The dwarves are now moving forward at pretty rapid pace. The first goblin is overexerted. Napalm back here is winded, in fact, actually getting struck in the head with a pommel of a scimitar. Ow! Bonk. The bookkeeper loses hold of their silver warhammer and falls over and says, so easily broken, this does not scare me. You good there? Humiliated after wearing old clothing. Well, we need to get you a new pair of socks. Dwarves are moving through the goblins without too much effort, though. The only real injury here is Napalm, who is rather terrified and not super thrilled about their current life prospects. Although they are one of the least trained dwarves in the military. They just joined the secondary squad. Neezer here is bleeding. Neezer is bleeding because they got bashed by a goblin swordsman. Wait, what? That's not what happened. Why are you bleeding? Was slashed by a copper scimitar, which fractured the bone. Okay, so they got slashed in the upper arm. Not too bad. Certainly better than the current outcome happening to the goblins themselves. So if I move forward, we actually have a dwarf that's jumping. That's why there's a little blue icon beneath them. Teeth flying literally everywhere, and the dwarves appear to have taken out the first wave of goblins. The second wave of goblins is going, oh god! What have I signed up for? Stastos here, who's currently in love with a goblin who isn't here, is a member of the Euphoric Doctrine, apparently, which is a religion. And Kool-Aid is up front, very enthusiastically, running directly through all of the goblins. Has no kills yet, but has bonked several with his hammer. Is now running directly towards this goblin with the axe, and probably is already winning, considering he's currently terrified in almost every aspect, and about everything that he's seeing. The goblin strikes the goblin axeman, but the shot was blocked by the copper shield. And the hammer dwarf bashes the goblin axeman in the foot with a silver warhammer, jamming the bone through the right ankle and shattering the right ankle's bone. The force bends the right ankle, tearing the bone and shattering the bone. And the hammer dwarf strikes at the goblin, but the shot was blocked by a copper shield. The hammer dwarf is now dueling in and out behind goblins and has actually taken out a singular goblin now by striking the goblin lasher. After they were knocked them unconscious by hitting them in the head with the silver warhammer, jamming the skull through the brain and tearing the brain. I don't think that knocked them unconscious, dude, but good job. And has since taken out a second one, and it looks like the goblins have fallen. We do have several injured dwarves. I do have a chief medical dwarf and a hospital set up, so it's now time to put all of this back into the burrow, allow the dwarves into here temporarily, get the dwarves out of here, forbid everything on the ground pretty much, disable training, or put them back onto training so that they head home. The ones that can't need to be rescued. Stinthad, Neezer, and Gazoom are all seriously injured. Probably not permanently injured, though. But unfortunately, Napalm, the Marks dwarf, was found dead. The last thing that happened to Napalm was, if I go back through this, he bit a goblin, which is pretty impressive. The last thing he did was he shook a goblin spearman around by the left upper leg, tearing apart the left upper leg's muscle and bruising the bone, and tearing apart the left hip and bruising the bone. An artery was opened by the attack, and Napalm said, "Death is all around us. I am very uneasy." Rest in peace, Napalm. You died too young. They had a lover, I think, because I clicked on them earlier. Neezer also has a lover. We gotta get out here to assist them. Death is coming to recover wounded. We have a few dwarves coming to recover wounded, in fact. Hit him right in the goddamn sideburns, yeah. So my hospital is this shitty little chunk of hallway right here. Just going to expand it ever so slightly, and I'm also going to go toss a traction bench in here because I have one. I'm going to check this real quick. What do we have? We do have some medical supplies. It's not great, but we do have some. So we should be okay to... Oh, wow. Most of them are already out. Oh, wait, never mind. They're not. I thought they were. They're just all in a pile because I just don't have enough beds. But the one who was in the bed has been removed since. We're just going to queue up this traction bench. Need more beds. Once they're on the ground, they're not going to move to a bed. So, yes, I do need a better hospital for the future, but for right now, there isn't too much I can do. It is a temporary hospital, but it is stocked with the supplies they need to be healed up. Him Go Fast is currently diagnosing the patient. He was satisfied at work. Very happy with her job currently. So I need to make a tomb for Napalm. Question is how do I do the tombs? I feel like I've done very unsatisfactory tombs for myself recently. So I need to figure out how to make tombs for this fort. Morning, Travenoid. I think I'm going to make iron sarcophagus is what we're going to do, because I do have plenty of iron. The question is just simply, how do I distribute those? At least I get to appreciate the tastefully arranged hallway hospital. Yeah, and this is a very nice, traction bench. It's a very nice traction bench. Foul G, thanks for the 20th month. Welcome back. I'm glad you like the short tutorials, Jazz Cactus. So, I think what needs to happen now is I need to remove this area from the burrow for a while. I need to not have this area in the burrow. And maybe add this area into the burrow. I need to go to Napalm's body, and I do need Napalm's body in the burrow. But a lot of this actually needs to be removed from here. With the exception of Napalm's body. And then what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a wall here. And I'm also going to put a wall here. To just wall this area off until all of the corpses are done rotting, basically. And I will put a door right there. And the reason I want the corpses to be done rotting is I don't really want the dwarves to see the bodies constantly. What's up, Moldy?
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Trying to decide where to put hospitals. Or not hospitals, coffins. Because I don't know. One idea I kind of have right now. I just don't know how I'd implement it. Would be right next to here. Along the top of this. Like this. I just don't know how they'd access it. I'm thinking maybe from above, but I don't like the way that would look. Bridge over the lava to the tombs. Yeah, could do that. Maybe like, it's just a matter of where to put it, you know? Because that's always kind of okay, here's what we could do. We'll put 2 walls in here. We'll put 2 ramps up right here. We'll dig through this and this. And we'll go down here. Should also probably just erase this, because I can always just cue that up later. And we'll go down here, and they'll just be along this right here. So we could do that. I think that could work. And it's all in the burrow already, so that won't be an issue. We've done a clip of you explaining quantum stockpiles. Maybe it could be a YouTube short. I already have a tutorial on that, and that's not something I think. I mean, I don't know. I literally have a tutorial on that. Why do I need to additionally make a YouTube short on that? I mean, I guess, but I could also just use the tutorial I have on that to make a YouTube short on that. There's a point where it's like content becomes redundant, and that to me seems kind of redundant. But yeah, I guess I could do that. Like, if somebody wants to know how to make a quantum stockpile in Dwarf Fortress, just look up quantum stockpile, and my video comes up. I know that sometimes it seems like I'm just resisting stuff, but it's like I would just use that tutorial if I were to make a short of that. It's a feat itself to explain it in under a minute. Yeah, but I don't explain everything. That's the problem. But yeah, I guess I could do that. I could also just use the video itself. I need to go through that video and make shorts, and that's probably something I'll make into a short, but I don't know. Making redundant content is the most, like, goofy thing in the world to me. You should not give any dwarves Crutch Walker as a skill. They will learn that when they need to learn that. Pro tip to YouTube chat. Okay, let's dig out this. I will just wall around this with day sight real quick, just so that it looks nice. Want to stick to the theme. Although I don't actually have that much day sight, so I will do day sight. And then at the back, we'll do something else. Yeah, that's one thing that I've gotten good at over the years is explaining things quickly. I just don't think it's as big of a feat as maybe people give me credit for. It's like, yep, I've played a lot of a game, and that means I'm okay at explaining it quickly. Okay, let's drop down here. Once these blocks arrive, well, the jobs are set, so it's just a matter of them arriving with it. But thank you for making the clip all the same. And feel free to link it around in places. I always forget that you can make clips of YouTube videos. It's like a very alien feature to me. Okay, so they're now working towards this. Oh, in this fort. Well, I mean, I go through the clips every couple days. I just didn't do it yesterday, but I thought you meant from the video, because I do explain how to do it in the video. But noted. Maybe it'll make its way into the shorts directory. I don't know. But thanks for the heads up. I do get a list of shorts that have been made by people, although it does prioritize ones that have been named. It filters them. And also ones that have gotten views, because it presumes that those ones are more worth looking into. So I'll look at them. I just haven't gotten there in a bit. It's been busy time. Just gonna try and make these look good. That, and that, and this and this. I can also make this into a tomb, like, immediately. How Fort and your dwarf is doing. Napalm just died, and as you can see, we have some upset dwarves because we got attacked. So I'm in the process of making the dwarves less upset about that dwarf dying. And trying to recover from that. You know, it's very interesting how they made the URLs for the clips.
Salute.
Back in my day, they didn't need the like URL gobbledygook at the end. Okay, is somebody putting a body in tomb? Yes, Ranger Rick is getting the dishonor of doing that. Or the sadness of having to do that. Did I make a building public by mistake? Because look at these visitors. Human Fated One is visiting. Dwarf Pilgrim Forlorn Stalker is visiting. Dwarf Pilgrim Forlorn Stalker is visiting. When did I say that you could visit Dwarf Pilgrim Forlorn Stalker? What, a religious figure putting, what, the Holy Whip? Rest in peace, Napalm. You were a good dwarf. We'll even give you a door. And also another door. Didn't I make the temple public? It's for citizens. It's not public. Oh, I did. But they're not on the map still. They've already left. Napalm hit the whip too hard. Well, I mean, he wasn't a whip dwarf. He was definitely a hammer dwarf. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is you guys were asking me about uniforms, right? I'm going to add a new uniform, okay? I'm going to call this Hammer Time, okay? Hammer Time is going to include tunic. I think they're already wearing tunics, right? Let's check their clothing. They're wearing tunics and trousers, okay? They're also wearing socks and shoes, okay? They're wearing gloves, all right. And they are wearing, well, not caps. So I'm going to go to equip. I'm going to say add uniform, and I'm going to call it Hammer Time. Hammer Time is going to include tunics. It's going to include helms. It's going to include trousers. It's going to include gauntlets. It's going to include gloves. It's going to include greaves. It's going to include high boots and socks, not shoes. And it's going to include shields. And it's going to include warhammers. That's Hammer Time. So now they will equip the boots. And if I unpause and say update equipment, oh, first I have to assign the actual uniform. So if I say assign uniform and say Hammer Time, they will go equip all of the stuff that they need to wear now, including the shoes and including the socks and the gauntlets and everything. They will go get their new gloves, and they will put on their high boots. Oh, right, over clothing. I forgot that. I think I need to check my blood sugar, actually, because my brain is not functioning properly. So let's try this again. Hammer Time. The other thing you need to click is uniform replaces clothing or worn over clothing, right? So in this case, it's worn over clothing. So yeah, they're going to run into conflicts. And I forgot to put other things in here anyway. So I'm actually just going to remove this and just put this back into metal armor. I need to go check my blood sugar. Give me 2 seconds. My brain's not functioning.
Primeval's up, you
Heal, damn it! Cheese for everyone!
Hero Quest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
See how he
Let's take
bites
a
off the
lovely
shell to get at the nut?
Remove everything that's good from it. The seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it. And just jam it full of shit, garbage, shit sugar. And put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit.
All
And
right.
put it on your shit. It's shit. Stop eating ketchup.
I have low blood sugar, so apologies. Let's try this a second time.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Okay. Uniform needs to replace clothing, not worn over clothing. We're going to set partial matches as okay, so if they need to find a replace, they can. Hammers, I'll try this again. So we'll say breastplates and tunic. We'll say helm, and that's it for that. We'll say greaves and trousers, which they can wear over. We're going to say gauntlets. We're going to leave out gloves. We're going to say socks. And I think I made high boots. And high boots. And I'm going to say shields. And we're going to say warhammers. So that should make a uniform that functions here. And we will let them go equip their stuff, because they've already dumped all of their crap on the ground to go equip new stuff now. And now, as you can see, they're grabbing their socks. I actually can't remember if I made high boots. I think I did. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually set them to off-duty. or not off duty. I'm going to set them to no orders, and I'm going to take them off of training here so that they can go socialize for a bit and sort their moods out. Because these dwarves are all currently quite depressed, but, you know, need to give them a break. Yeah, see, they're equipping their boots now. They get their breastplate, they get their that, they get their socks. And it'll show up as red if they don't have all of this stuff on because there's no tunics available. So let's make some tunics. Let's make them out of silk. And let's make 30 of them. Let's make and check trousers. Although because I said replaces clothing, I think I need to remake it again. I don't think I replaced clothing on this one. Because, or here I can just adjust it manually and then remake it. Because I want them to also equip clothing once it becomes available. Because this dwarf currently doesn't have everything on that they need. But they're also, like, running around with injuries. It's okay, just scars. They'll be okay. Yeah, okay, now we'll sort it out. So I do need to set it... I do need to just make them clothing is the issue. Yeah, okay. So I will leave them all on hammers, and that should slowly fill up as the pants and the other clothing becomes available. If you edit it and type a name into the text box, you can create a new uniform and you don't have to start all over again? Oh, so if I go up here and then type in hammers, then that'll confirm it? Well, that's interesting. Good to know. You think I need to add socks to my work orders? I made socks. Well, I made a bunch. Or I'm making socks. Yeah, maybe I need to make more socks. It's possible. Say cloth, sock. I need to automate these is what I actually need to do. No, silk sock, actually, not cloth. Yeah. I mean, I just learned something now, secret person. Although half the time, quality of life features in Dwarf Fortress feel accidental. Like, a lot of the time. But, yeah, now they'll wear their boots. Yeah, I've got glucose in me now, so we'll be okay. I also think this dwarf just healed because they just doubled in speed. Did you? Certainly healed something. Now you have a badass scar on your right foot. Ironically, it's the foot that got damaged. Imagine adamantine socks. I mean, I've made adamantine socks before. And I've had people and chat tell me that I'm wasting my adamantine. I'm like, but, I have so much of it. I had a map once that just, like, had a ludicrously large amount of adamantine for some reason. So, you know. On the advantages and disadvantages of different weapon types. No, because I don't know them. That's why I haven't made one. I know the wiki talks about the advantages and disadvantages of different weapon types, but it's changed a number of times. And I've made statements in the past that have then been told that I'm wrong, because I'm not the sort of person to really go and, like... I don't know why there's a short sword right here. I'm not the sort of person to really go and state facts unless I know for certain. And because I've been informed that I'm wrong a couple of times, I'm very hesitant to go making statements that appear as facts that I'm not 100% certain if they are facts or not. So I don't know, because it requires looking into the game's code quite a bit and like figuring out weights of things and sharpness. For me, it's just if you want to make blunt weapons, make hammers, because hammers are bigger, so thus they are generally heavier. And try and avoid making maces, essentially. And if you want to make sharp weapons, you want to not use silver. You want to use something that has higher sharpness. So something with higher sharpness would be like iron or steel. Something with higher sharpness would be like I think it's copper over bronze, but bronze has more hardness, making it better for armor. Shields don't actually matter the material that they're made out of. The skill is what matters. Although shields give a bigger like detriment to agility than bucklers, so you kind of want like archers and ranged units to be using bucklers instead of shields. It's kind of ambiguous. Wooden shields versus dragonfire. Yeah, I mean they're very good at using the shield, obviously. Higher quality stuff does make it better, though. So if it's masterwork, it's going to perform better. Hammers have smaller contact area and focus force better than maces. Okay, I've never heard that before. I've always just heard that they are heavier. Like there's more material in them. But sure, I completely believe that. But maybe at some point I should make a Dwarf Fortress weapons tier video or some nonsense like that. And I will cry many tears that I have to make a tier video. As much as I hate to say it, some of the top 10 videos that I've done for Dwarf Fortress in the past are some of the best. Not a single dwarf was lost? That's amazing. Steel better than iron, better than everything else? That's not true. Godly metals better than adamantine, better than steel, better than iron, better than everything else. Unless you're making blunt weapons. Iron is good for cutty weapons. They're not great for blunt weapons. Like, you don't want to make a... You don't really want to, at any point, be making a iron, like, warhammer, right? So, it's not actually better than everything else, because if you're making warhammers, then the rules change. So... This is why it's complicated. And whips are stupidly good because they do blunt damage as well as cut damage. So because they do two types of damage simultaneously, they end up being... they're practically lightsabers with a skilled user. But it's good that dwarves can't make them because dwarves are the strongest in one-on-one combat, period. Out of all of the, like, different factions. Divine Metal is better than Adamantine because Divine Metal is Adamantine plus the artifact perk. So named items get an accuracy bonus. I think it's an accuracy bonus. Correct me if I'm wrong. But they get a bonus. And godly metal items that are not named get that bonus. If I understand correctly. Let's not talk about Slade. YouTube chat. Slade is not accessible. It's like saying, you know... Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even going to go into that. But, like, materials that are not organically accessible are pointless to talk about, especially when you're talking to new players, right? Like, this conversation was started by somebody who's new to the game, right? So you're going to talk about something that some players would consider just a straight-up spoiler that is taboo to speak about to begin with. And two... is straight up impossible to actually access outside of very unique circumstances. Same with god metals, right? Like, impossible to access outside of specific circumstances. Mass Morass, who's married to a dwarf who isn't here, has been taken by a Fey Mood and has claimed a gem cutter shop. They are a novice gem cutter and a novice weaponsmith, so I guess it was like just a toss. A coin toss as to which one they took. They are a previous member of the Rooms of Sacrifice, which is a very funny name to me. And they're already working furiously. They have claimed a rough onyx opal. So we are going to get a opal item here. See who the most upset dwarves are. They're all hammer dwarves, of course. Of course they are. Sending them out into the wilds here has been helpful, but not quite perfect. What clothing do you need? Need trousers. Let's do silk trousers. We'll make 50 of those. And I'm also just gonna go over here and make a second clothes shop. This area is just becoming a messy. This is where I put all the workshops that haven't been sorted into their proper permanent housing yet. By virtue of their density. Yeah, I mean, here the thing that I'll say about this kind of subject when it comes to Dwarf Fortress. Don't worry too much about weapon materials. Remember that one of the best soldiers I ever had used a copper battle axe. And just realize that skill more important than weapon quality and type.
Hey there.
That is usually just my go-to answer for this kind of thing, is worry more about the quality and type of weapon that you're using, or worry less about the quality and type of weapon that you're using and worry more about the skill that the dwarves have. Yeah, like a zombie with a wooden shield took out hundreds of things. Coding with Caleb, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well, mate. Thanks for the 41st month. Hope things have been well. Also, I just need to say this because I saw it posted on the internet last night, and I thought it was funny. To anybody here who watches Formula One, Red Bull needs to go seek out an Arby's sponsorship for their second team and just call it Arby's. We have the meat. Because currently it's Visa Cash App Arby. Visa Cash App Red Bull. But they should get an Arby's sponsorship. Because they have the beef. Bulls. The most important dwarven trait for combat is probably endurance and like ability to withstand like huge amounts of stress. Mass Morass, maybe Tavern Keeper, who's going to become a Tavern Keeper, has created Adgagsidil, a perfect onyx opal, and offers it to the trampled machine. Okay, so first off, I'm going to put it under lock and key. Oh, it's already being hauled, I think. No. Why can't I put it in there then? Oh, it's probably a large gem. Yeah, there it is. Adagsedil. Let's put it here. And once it's up here, I will lock it. And then we'll read it. Hydras is training dummies for your Marks dwarves. They'll die pretty quick. Yeah, I always look for stress, like they can handle stress well and wants to master a skill. So if they want to master a skill, then they will just get happy moods from training. Okay, let's take a look at this gem. This is a perfect onyx opal. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of octagon-cut onyx opals. You have a breeding pair, you can replace them? Totally, but yeah, I mean, you'd have to wait for them to like lose their training, right? Sounds like Red Bull has a beef with a few of its employees. Yeah, no, that whole organization has been collapsing since the founder of Red Bull passed away. But I had to say that. Arby's. Yeah, exactly. See, like, Honey Bunholler understands. You're doing rather well. You had an unusually bad mood the previous 2 days, but you've been doing better today? Gotcha. Yesterday I was just exhausted. I'm still exhausted. Like, I feel like a bus hit me, and that bus is called 50 hours of video compacted down into an hour and 15 minutes. It's a very strange name for a bus, but it's still a bus. This is the first time you've learned Red Bull lore. The founder of Red Bull passed away recently, and now all of the annoying kind of problematic boomer white dudes who work at Red Bull are trying to stab each other in the neck for power over the company. Basically, Game of Thrones is happening in Red Bull right now in their sporting districts. I don't know about the actual energy drink side of the business, but at least in the sports side of the business, just about every single one of their teams is currently trying to stab each other to death. Yeah, because this old Austrian man passed away, and now they're all like, well, nobody's in charge anymore, so fuck the monarchy. Stab the guy in the face. And, like, they're all just constantly things are leaking out about different people. Like, there's all this, like, dirt getting drudged up, and, like, yeah, it's fun. It's fun to watch from a distance. Corporations are feudalist systems. Kind of. I would watch a TV show about, like, CEOs trying to kill each other. And Adrian knew he jumped ship. No, he jumped onto his ship. He jumped out of the car and onto his ship because he designs yachts. That's his side hustle. He's designing racing yachts. Fucking Adrian Newey. Game of Bulls? I would watch that. Hey, Netflix. Anyway. We'll just get these bars built. Just make sure a dwarf doesn't lock himself in here. Sorry, that was just the obligatory Formula 1 minute. Also, that one got forbidden. What? Fix that. And we'll finish making this tavern so these dwarves can enjoy their time. And then the tavern's also going to double as military training. So, down here, I really just want to leave this, like, open to lava. That'd be fine, right? Tavern that's just open to lava. What could go wrong? What in the world could go wrong? Who needs a safety railing? It's fine. Problematic brawlers will deal with themselves. Yeah, I might put pillars there to make it look nicer, like along the edge, but I think for right now, I'm gonna deconstruct that. Get all of this filled in. Unforbid this. I'll say this. I really like Tavern Brawls as a mechanic. Because it makes peaceful forts have fun sometimes. And also gives you a reason to build a hospital in a peaceful fort. And it adds, like, an actual mechanic to what was previously just random loyalty cascades, which were actually just a bug. Okay, so let's make this lower half down here the military training zone. And then I will begin queuing up another meeting zone, which is going to cover the rest of this. So I'm going to link the tavern to the military area, is what I'm going to do. This area that I'm designating right now is going to be the tavern. And it's going, like I said, it's going to be linked to the military area, which means the military can use the tavern at will while they are training, and the tavern goers can observe the military, and I think it trains observation if they see people fighting, or sparring, rather. Because observing combat is how you train observation. I think that's how that works. You build your forts for tavern brawls? Yeah, I mean, that's a fun way to do it. I'm also going to check on these bodies. Basically, I'm waiting for these bodies to be done rotting. Because when they're done rotting, then it's less stressful for the dwarves to remove them. And I'm just going to get all of that gear melted down. Oh, I thought I took you guys off of training. There you go. See, now they're going to go get their pants and their socks and their other gear items. So let's follow... Oh, these are sleeping. Let's follow one of the other ones who's getting new stuff. Go here. Go to you, maybe? Yeah. Gazoom. What's up, Alex? Are you? Is that, like, Russian and region that you live in? Because I've started noticing that. You were going to say sometimes they aren't around. Yeah. You're not drinking for fun, you're studying combat. Yes. I mean, to me, it's like the equivalent of going to the bar and watching UFC. But, you know. To play DF every time you come back to watch my videos. Well, cheers. I'm glad that I'm keeping the circle of Dwarf Fortress players alive, you know? Only 20 cave dragons? Oh, that's nothing. The thing you need to realize is when attacking stuff, the most important skills are tactics and ambushing, which I think the only way to train ambushing is with a ranger's guild in fort mode, outside of just attacking shit. Only lost one dwarf and you learned a valuable lesson. There you go. Well, okay. Hunting, yes, also trains tactics, but the only way to do that without hunting stuff, I guess, should be the only way to train ambushing without actual combat is attacking stuff and sorry, low blood sugar makes my brain not work for the next 30 to 40 minutes. Is attacking stuff in Rangers Guilds. Something else I need to do is I need to fill up these squads all the way. But yeah, so either hunting animals or a Rangers Guild. I think exploring settlements trains your tactics. But yeah, if you can find a place, because, okay, so another thing about dwarves when you're attacking stuff. Dwarves do not attack and kill civilians when they attack a location. So if you attack a location, right, they won't kill the civilians. So if you can find a location that just has civilians, that's just ready to be taken over, just repeatedly attack that place. Because they'll show up and be like, no soldiers, anyways, and then they'll leave. Maybe steal a cabbage or something. And just repeatedly raid a small town like that, and that'll crank up your tactics. You know, you joke about that, Tom T, about throwing coins, but throwing coins is the best way to, it's like a dwarven machine gun, practically. Okay, so you're making nice blocks, so you get to go make a craft. I think that counts as a craft. But once all this stuff is done, all the way down to here, I'm going to go into here, and we're going to go to military. I'm just going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's just get rid of this. And put you here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Get rid of that, which I did accidentally. And then those will be for the 2 squads. And then this right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then I will just change the shape of this. In YouTube chat, I get 2. I can't remember. Are those euros or pounds? I always screw those two up. Thank you for the 2 monies. Buy a chocolate bar? That's quite a bit more than a chocolate bar, but we're okay, but thank you very much for the super chat. This is the most super chats I've had in a stream since Adventure Mode came out, by the way. I think, like, I was thinking about this last night. My channel lives and dies by, like, major events happening in the community. What I need to do is make my videos a major event. If I can make my videos a major event, then, you know, I can drum up excitement easier. Make people tune in. The old days of danger rooms. You know, there's parts of me that misses danger rooms. Danger rooms are stupid, but kind of fun. They're just kind of amusing, you know? But seriously, thanks for all the support the last day and a half, chat. Means a lot. That goes to both the YouTube and the Twitch chat. Can I get a round of beers in both chats if possible? All right, so let's just just go into this one and erase a good chunk of this. And sorry about the weird brain nonsense. Don't get diabetes, it sucks. Type 1 or type 2. Type 2's worse, or type 1's worse, but not by much. All right, so we're going to do that, and yeah, you know what? I'm a little bit nervous about them training on the edge here. Nah, what could go wrong? What I'll do is this. Floor grate. That'll be okay. We'll just continue going up with these iron floor grates. Let's just do 40, 30 iron floor grates. Iron grate is all I need to do. Let's do 30. All right, then, oops. Up top here, I'm going to start plopping in tables. It's been a while since I've done a pattern like this, but I quite like this pattern for tables. Kind of has a Knights of the Round Table sort of feel. And I also need more tables, turns out. And then you can put, like, stockpiles of drinks in the middle of them. Like that. Which is fun. And I can fill them up with... Where's food? I can read. Food. Prepared meals and plant drinks. Statues in the middle. Or I usually do statues on the outside. Or in other places around it. But I need chests. Could do some statues up here. And this is going to then be extended all the way down to here. And this is going to be our tavern. So we are on year 4 of the fortress, and I'm now just making a tavern. Certainly set it to not public, and I'm going to type in tavern, maybe tavern keeper, and tavern, and maybe tavern keeper. Then I need to remove those from their names. I'm then going to hit this button again and check this, and it says goblets here. I want a lot of the goblets to be in this area, and then this right down here, the barracks, is going to be connected to the tavern. So anything that's now connected to the tavern can be used as part of the barracks. And there we go. So let's just go to the tavern keepers and remove that from their name. Used to drink her cup of milk with 3 to 5 big spoons of sugar. Sounds like my ex, but specifically with tea. She used to do that with tea. I'm going to tell all of my squads to store their gear here and store their food here. And, oops, jumped up a layer that I didn't intend to. Over here, we're going to need to give them some of these. And I'm very specifically not going to make stockpiles for iron and silver gear. The barracks going all the way to the lava pit is making you nervous. I mean, they're not training at this exact moment, and I'm going to cover it in grates and bars. Besides, the era of them dodging through walls is kind of done. Yeah, they can toss each other at walls and over ledges, but they can't toss each other through walls anymore, thankfully. But they're not currently set to train, so it'll be okay. I still jump off cliffs, though. Yeah, but at least they're not jumping through walls. Sometimes put a hospital and link dungeons to it, and then convict patients also get treatment. Really? I didn't know that worked that way. We're also going to have a lot of mugs likely coming from up here down to here very quickly. I might just put stairs right here. It's like the servers zone. How am I doing for bars currently? Bars. Sweet, we got 150 lead. So let's just say lead tables and lead thrones. Lead table. Lead throne. Let's just do 30 and 30 maybe. Should be plenty. You learned that the hard way? Yeah. So now if I tell all these two squads to train here and set them to grab their stuff and go train, and then I take them off duty, they should put their weapons and stuff onto these weapon racks and then leave them there. Isn't lead extremely heavy? Yeah, that's why I'm making it into tables. It just takes a while to set them up the first time. Once they're set up, it's fine. It only takes a long time to set them up the first time, I guess is this the actual sentence to say there. I wouldn't recommend making lead jewelry, though. There we go. And all the dwarves get pants now. Look at this. They even got their pants. Feels ambivalent after putting on a superior item, but at least it fills the need. Okay, so now that they are all set to train and all standing here, I'm going to wait until all of these are filled up and green, basically. And over here on the side, I'm going to continue placing floor grates. New Pants Day is a good day, I gotta say. So let's check the tavern keepers. Just curious as to what they end up doing. Oh, I should also put a dining room in there. Which I can show you how to do in a moment. I'm just waiting for this dwarf to go in there because I'm curious as to where he's going to run to eat. Okay, I was expecting this dwarf to go back to where they were originally. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this, and I'm going to erase this tiny little square from here. And I need to check these. Those are all plump helmet spawn. Okay. And then this tiny little square is going to become a dining hall. And then the dining hall is going to be connected to the crystalline mushroom, which is actually the name of my tavern currently. So the crystalline mushroom is a very good name for a tavern, but it doesn't quite fit the fort's theme. Fort's theme is elephants, so why don't we call it the crystalline tusk? Unless somebody has a better name. And I think I'm going to turn this burrow off. Looks like they're playing music. Would you look at that? What song are they playing? The glittery style is what they're playing. The form, and it's a dance. And it's the glittery style, and it doesn't say what type of music they're playing, but oh, okay. The composition is the laces of pregnancy. So we sell lead scepters to the elves to slow them down. Well, lead crowns and rings. The drunk tusks? Ooh, the drunken tusk is also pretty good. Oh, I can't call it the drunken tusk. I can call it the droopy tusk. The dreadful tusk. The dreamy tusk. The wondrous tusk. Hyphen compound, maybe. Yeah, I can't call it the drunken tusk. So these dwarves should be fed alcohol while also training and also get to watch performances in the process. Also performing the dance up there. Look at that. For a second there, I thought we were going to get Drinking Industry playing. Let's get some more tables in. And some more thrones in. All right, so now that they're all here, I'm going to take these dwarves all off duty and cancel the training orders and go into here and turn those off. And they should, in theory... Oh, it's not going to work because this is currently set to hold armor. No weapons! Well, actually... Hey, chat, it's party time. No silver weapons. No iron weapons. No steel weapons. Under armor. I don't think we had a single one of these in the last port. Although, there really isn't anybody taking part in the dance. Is there just like one dwarf? Yeah, the dance is already over. So this one was triggered by that last one. But hey, chat, post your favorite dancing emotes. Go. I would too. Him go fast. Wait, but wrong button. This one. So I got this comment that is really perplexing me. So when I play Caves of Cut, I try and do like, you know, a little bit of a voice. Put a little bit of effort into pretending I know how to voice act, which I don't. And this person left a comment on my guided Let's Play, which is, stop trying to sound deeper than your voice is, typical fake loser. It's like, hold on a second. Just because I'm a shitty voice actor, which is true. What? That's just funny to me. The main thing that's funny about it to me is the fact that YouTube filtered it out as, like, offensive. Anyway, I'm gonna just let that one through. That's fine. Thanks for the engagement, twat. Some migrants have arrived, which is lovely. So looks like Id is one of the first to get here. He's not vengeful and unassertive. Disdains romance and has good analytical ability. Dreams of crafting and masterwork someday. Well, welcome, Dwarf. How about you? Here to pick up equipment. Dreams of raising a family, respects the development of a skill. Resist sickness, good intuition, unswayed by emotions, flatterer, not anxious and private. Well, I think we'll put you into the military. What's your name? Studir. That's a guinea pig. God damn it. High Master Potter. Seeks harmony and recovers slowly and unswayed by emotions. Dreams of mastering a skill. Finds that those that develop weapons with fighting distasteful. Well, we won't make you distasteful. Sounds like a loser? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of projection going on in people like that generally. There's a lot of assumptions made about people on the internet. In the face of adversity is bullheaded and foolish. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. It's very humble. Weak, sickly, clumsy. I was going to put you in the military, but weak, sickly, and clumsy. I don't know. Novice Hammerdorf, eh? You have a child? Not one of my previous dwarves. I guess Moldat's about to show up. Novice Appraiser and a Novice Hammer Dwarf. Recovers quickly, musical, hateful. Good spatial sense. Personality. Here's a mastering. Yeah, you know what? Almost the hateful. I have to toss you into the squatties. What about you? A trapper. I need to make a... Actually, now that I think about it. Let's say... Iron animal trap. I'm actually going to trap vermin, or try to. I'm gonna pick up equipment. You dream of crafting a masterwork someday. And bunny rabbits. A siege operator. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Impatient, quick to love, zany, and high stamina and good spatial sense. You know, I think this dwarf would do all right in the military. Just based off of their traits. There you go, Rigoth. All right. Got some dwarves hunting. Not a ton, but some. Got blackberry seeds down there. Actually, I'm kind of curious. What kind of drinks do we have in the fort right now? We got cranberry wine, bilberry wine, blueberry wine, blackberry wine, and dwarven wine. That's not a bad variety. That's actually pretty good. Some people need the internet taken away from them. I don't know about that. Some people just take anonymity in the internet a bit too far, I think. Like, here's the reality, right? Like, I kind of agree with them. I do suck at voice acting. But their way of wording it is just funny. Because it makes a lot of assumptions about me. Which I do find funny. Okay, so we do have a lot of clothing just kind of lying around, which is okay. So this is going to be slowly expanded as I am able to. No, exactly. I just think it's really funny that there's people out there who have a lot of hatred for people like me, like genuine, like hatred, right? Just people who create stuff on the internet, but still constantly watch it. It's like, well, okay, so if you're making tons of assumptions, rude assumptions, and are like going to go around, and you're going to go around insulting people, why are you making your own existence worse by trying to enforce your assumptions on other people? Like, you watched my video, okay. But why are you going to be mean for no reason? You just got free entertainment. That will always baffling me. We've named the tavern. We're going with the Crystalline Tusk YouTube chat. But thank you very much for the name suggestions. Ilmirian is telling a story. What story? In the summer of 368, the Elephant Tender ceased to be the expedition leader, because that was when we elected our first mayor. Was last year. Okay, so now I need a dormitory connected to this, which I think I'm going to put up here. I need something that's nicer than the current dormitory, which is literally just a couple of beds scattered about this up here. This is where most of the dwarves are sleeping right now. I think back here would be nicer, and I can like pretty it up and make it a lot more pleasant. Like, why are you making a point to terrorize others? It's such a waste of time. Yeah, no, absolutely. It certainly is a waste of time. It just is odd and will always be odd to me. So I want to make a thing to dispose of bodies, but I don't want to do it directly into the volcano because I want it to be safe. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a little square right here. And then I'm going to go straight down here with like number 5 priority. I'm not going to go down too far though. I'm going to go down to about... let's go down to layer 30. We'll be okay. And what I'm going to do is right next to that, on number 3 priority, is going to be this. Just stairs going all the way down to the bottom, or pretty much. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a pump, and I'm going to pump a little bit of lava from this layer. So basically I'm going to dig through to here. And I'm going to get a pump to pump lava into here briefly, very briefly, just enough to fill up the very bottom, and then we're just going to have a minecart to dump. And that's what we're going to use to dispose of bodies. And I'm going to need a way into here, so let's do a little walkway right here that connects to a door right there. Because I am going to need to get rid of these. And maybe also connect to it up here. I don't know. We'll see. The Dead Communion has many worshippers in Goretusk and now requires a temple and a priest. The location must be built and furnished with a new position appointed by you. All right. Well, we were going to do that here. So now I need to figure out how to get up here. Yeah, let's just do it. Let's do it on this side right here. And then just connect it to that stairs, because that's what we're going to do, is just different levels like this going up slowly. Currently, we're just making lead tables and things. We're also making those iron animal traps. Not bad. And then this over here is turning into a sleeping zone. They lack maturity. I think that's what a lot of it is. Like, it's just kind of like a self-report of being a child. Or having a very childlike level of maturity. If not actually being a child. Which maybe is worse than... When you appoint dwarves to priesthood, do you check that they actually follow the religion? You can't appoint them unless they are following the religion. They only show up in the list if they are a member of that religion. So don't worry, you're good. You don't need to check anything. You know what we'll do? We'll do an obsidian floor here. What's up, IHQMD? How is things, mate? I'll chuck a door right there. This dwarf's just sitting here eating cranberries. Also, I need to go down to the lowest area, which is all the way down here. And on this bottom side, I've got a bunch of animals I need to assign to here. Probably also a bunch of animals... Oh, nope, not those two. Probably also a bunch of animals I need to have eaten. You just bought new speakers for your desk? Hell yeah. What kind of speakers? I've not had desk speakers in, I can't even remember how long. It's been a very long time since I last had desk speakers. Okay, so this right here is being dug down by Uzel. It's going down pretty quick. Okay. Now I need something lava safe. So I need basically an iron pump. Iron quirk. Singular and iron pipe. Made glass for too long, okay? Fair. I mean, hey, speakers are speakers, and they are made for the place that they go. And if they happen to go on a desk, they're desk speakers. They don't have to be designed as desk speakers to be considered desk speakers, in my opinion. So once this is all the way down to the bottom, down to here, this is going to be our trash chute. Over on ones, but you're going to use them as PC speakers as well for listening to music? Hell yeah. Sounds good. Hey, chat room, since my blood sugar went low, I'm going to let you guys follow the once expedition leader, who can now go back to doing other tasks. And I will be right back. I need to double check my blood sugar and make sure it's gone back up to where I need it to be. But you can't right click on it. Hit capital I on the keyboard. Lets you interact with an item, then select the water skin, and then it'll give you that interaction if you're standing right next to it. But it'll only give you that interaction if you're standing right next to it. So we also need a Craftsdwarf guild, apparently. That's why bedrooms are lower priority in this fort. Because everything is just demanding guilds and whatnot, and everything is higher value. Yay, glad it worked. Okay, so is this all the way down to the bottom? There it is. Sweet. Might as well just go one layer further down. All right, then once this is all ready to go, we'll just channel out the top there. But yeah, as far as I'm concerned, if it's a speaker and you've put it on your desk, it's a desk speaker. But I think the era of like, can you still just like buy a computer that comes with really crappy desk speakers? Is that still a thing you can do? Okay, so let's go here. Let's make a screw pump. We're going to use obsidian. We're going to use iron, and we're going to use iron. Because you probably still can. Like, I'd be more shocked if you couldn't. Got dwarves hunting, which is good. It's been a while since... Whoa! That's a lot of magma crabs. Holy crap, that's a lot of magma crabs. Okay, hold on. We're just going to get these filled in, because I don't want a bunch of magma crabs just, like, pathing into the fort, because they might be about to. That might actually be where they're headed. Come on, right there, Mincot. Get that closed. And can we get that one done? Sweet. And we'll just use the nice boulder that's right there. I mean, hey, if it works for the high-end producers, it can work for you. That's how I see it. Okay, we'll just have that there while we're constructing this. I'm just going to go to the top here, and I'm going to make a garbage dump. I'm going to go all the way down through this. What, the magma crabs? They're not that far away. They're actually pretty close. Unless, wait, are we talking about something else? It's got an earthquake. Yeah, I don't know about where you live, but where I live, earthquakes are like just a constant state of being. Like, you just get earthquakes a couple times a month, but you don't notice most of them. How big of an earthquake was it? Get high-quality audio gear, because once you start with, there's no going back. I'll tell you this. There's two things about high-quality audio gear, and we always have this discussion. If you're spending 80 to 100 bucks on headphones, that lasts you 2 years, 3 years maybe, and you buy those repeatedly every 2 to 3 years, these are like, were $700 headphones when I bought them. They're like $350 to $400 headphones now. I've had them since 2011, and they work flawlessly. So, yes, but also depends. Do you want to keep your stuff? Okay, yeah, no, that's a very small earthquake. Very small earthquake. 2 to 3 scale is nothing. Yeah, exactly what Montecore said. Like, it depends on what you're buying. It's not actually a bad value. It's an early investment for long-term quality, is the way I see it. You remember building your first lava refuse dump? You were quickly educated on lava splashes? Yeah, but here, let me show you something. What if the dwarves aren't doing the dumping? And also, why are you throwing heavy enough stuff in that you'd get splashes? You got to go further down than that. Masterpiece lead throne. Ooh, good on you, bum wreck. Can I just say, Danglecopper is a really funny name for a dwarf. That dwarf's last name is Danglecopper. Yeah, the headphones tend to outlive the amps. Yeah, right? Okay, well, I guess I have another dump zone somewhere that I forgot about, which is certainly possible. I'm not going to worry too much about floor grates. Do need to get these walls all installed, though. .8. I think the highest I've ever felt is a 6. Or it was like around a 6. I was in one of the high rises at the time, and I could feel the building swaying. Mildly terrifying. Okay, so I'm not going to need to let this run for very long, maybe a couple seconds. Let's see how deep that gets. Okay, so 7 of 7, 7 of 7, 7 of 7, 7 of 7, 7. Okay, so there's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 layers in between. It's totally fine. Absolutely acceptable. And let's lock this off. Deconstruct the pump. So this should only take a few seconds. Oh, Jesus. Why are my dwarves taking this as an exit? Stop taking that as an exit. Stop it. Just stop. Oh, geez. And I have a dwarf in here. You guys shouldn't be in here. That's why the moods are dropping. Turn around and get out of here. Okay. Although they can just go over top of it, can't they? Okay, well, fine then. I'll also turn on that if you insist. There has never been a major earthquake near the city, like ever. You were in a hurricane in the 80s, which was infamous because of a weather reporter went on air the night before saying there's definitely not going to be a hurricane tomorrow. Oh, those poor weather reporters, they got all the flack. As if they can control the weather. They just report approximately what the estimation of what might happen is. And they get all the flack, but that's very funny. Okay, so I'm going to make a singular minecart. Let's just make an iron minecart. And you know what? I'll make 3. And we're going to make a proper disposal unit for crud. And I'm also going to need to take the children off of body hauling. Labor, standing orders, chores. Hey, kids. No burial, no refuse, no cleaning. You know, actually, I do kind of want to leave a wall piece right there. So this is going to be a kind of scarring room, but, you know, optimally, it'll be okay. But what this is going to dispose of is bodies and used clothing. That is what this is going to dispose of. And hopefully quickly. You're drinking yourself and being on the computer. I just thought that you had a few too many and went to sleep. There was one other one that I experienced, which wasn't huge. It was like a 4-point something. And I was working night shift at the time. And I was cleaning the women's washroom at the job that I was working. And suddenly I almost lost my balance, almost fell over, and almost hit my head. Like I just like stumbled, fell, and like damn near lost it, right? Jumped up and ran into the kitchen and said, "Did you feel that?" Because there was like 5 people working in the kitchen, and they just kind of looked at me like, "Feel what?" I'm like, "Did you not feel that?" And they're like, what are you talking about? And then I was like, "No, seriously, like check your phone." And then like they all started checking their phones, and like their people's parents and like relatives started texting them, "Did you feel that?" And it's like, okay, so I'm not going crazy. Because for a solid like 2 minutes there, I thought I was nuts. Solid couple minutes there. I genuinely thought I'd lost it. Thought that I'd gone completely insane and needed to be checked. But yeah, earthquakes are fun. What I think is interesting about earthquakes, though, isn't that they're fun. I think that the way people get used to their local natural disasters is fun. Which, to elaborate for a second, I'm terrified of tornadoes. Meanwhile, there was one day there was somebody in my chat who was talking about, "Oh yeah, no, there's a tornado in my backyard right now." Completely calm. Like, aren't you like concerned? It's like, no, I can see it. It's like, well, what? What if it comes towards you? It's like, well, if it does, then I'll get into my car and drive away. It's like, but what? Whereas like I live somewhere that gets earthquakes frequently. I feel an earthquake, I go, oh, hey. That was a bump. Anyway. Like, I'm terrified of hurricanes, but, like, then there's just people in Florida that are just like, yeah, it's a hurricane, you know? Meanwhile, Rock Sauce in YouTube chat says that they fear tornadoes even though they live close to them. Well, okay. I mean, maybe it's good to live in fear of some things, but I think it's really funny how different people process fear like that. I also need to put a gate up here, real bad, which is also part of the reason I built this bridge, so that I can, that wall there, so that I can build a gate. Hurricanes or strong thunderstorms. You want to know how many thunderstorms I get per year here? You can guess if you like. Maybe one. A thunderstorm already is like an event here. If there's a thunderstorm, people are already freaking out here. It's sort of like Vancouver, Canada. A thunderstorm is like it raining in LA. If it rains in LA, the whole city shuts down. Let's do everything but bones and shells and skulls. 2 today. Yeah, no, right? I like how dwarf shell is an option. Okay, and then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go to finished goods and I'm going to type in wear. Footwear, handwear, headwear, legwear. And for quality, we're just going to say the well, just standard quality. Maybe the bottom 2 quality. And then literally just silk, leather, plant cloth, yarn. That's it. And that'll dispose of clothing too. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a stockpile, and it's going to be called bodies and stuff. Trash, etc. Trash, etc. And I'm going to plop it down there. It's going to load from here. And it's going to just, I'm just going to set this to everything. It's going to load refuse and finished goods, basically. Fuck it, we'll say leather too. And then we'll just remove all this. Let's remove all that. And there we go. Now the last thing I need to do is I just need to wait for a minecart to get constructed. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here and I'm going to unforbid all of this. I'm going to set all of this to be melted down. And I'm going to unlock this door and I'm going to turn off the burrow. Then up here, I need to make a second layer on this. Few times it hailed, which was pretty fucking weird. And you don't think it was too big of a deal. It was just very small hail. It hailed like a couple dozen times this winter. Maybe 5 or 6 times this year. It was like mostly December. We had a bunch of hail here. Thunderstorms are fun. Yeah, thunderstorms are fine. I have no issue. Personally, I have no issue with thunderstorms. It's just, it's interesting what you get used to, I guess is all I'm trying to say. But yeah, I will just forever remember that video that the one guy sent me of just him mowing his lawn with just a tornado in the background. Like maybe a couple 100 meters away. Just, just like sitting there. Not a huge one, like no twisters, but still spooky. So now all of this clothing that isn't claimed, that is starting to fall apart, automatically gets tossed in here alongside of the trash. Look at all this. This is how you get rid of used clothing. And oops, I need to remove wool from here. Wool. I'm assuming that's under, what, hair and wool, probably. Yeah, you know what? We'll just do that. Let's remove that. And then all of the crap that we don't need anymore gets chucked into here. And then this just needs to have minecart put on it. But I need those iron minecarts to be done, which I guess have not been queued up yet. So I will just go into here and queue one up manually. Furniture. Iron minecart? Nope, not furniture. Okay. Miscellaneous then. Other objects. Iron. Minecart. Do it now, please. Percussive Giant, do you have any preference in the type of dwarf you would like? Hope you are too. And Pedro Horst as well. Arizona during monsoon season is quite a lot of thunderstorms. They show up and leave rather quickly. Yeah, I mean, like when I was in Montreal, there was like 3 thunderstorms in the 5 days I was there. It's like 2 of them were in one day. They just kind of came out of nowhere. These all seem named. Oh, I've hit the button the wrong number of times. That's the right number of times. Oh, trust me, there's plenty of not named dwarves in this fort. I just had it sorted backwards. These are all the options. We're currently working on moods because I do have a couple pretty upset dwarves, as you can see. Once lightning struck like 5 meters in front of you. Yikes, dude. That's spooky. Zas, this one? Percussivant. You like to present yourself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He is often cheerful and he likes to take it easy. He likes to brawl, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He tends to be swayed by emotional appeals and is interested in what others think of him. He has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and has a calm demeanor. He tends to be a little bit wasteful when working on projects. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. Personally, views competition as a crucial driving force in the world and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. Likes bronze and fire agate as well as the color pale brown, bucklers and bags, and the sight of the fancy glosses, and when possible prefers to consume lungfish and alfalfa and tomatillo wine, and absolutely hates mussels. Lightning once struck the TV aerial on the building opposite of my bedroom. Some 45 meters away, and the after image of the bright plasma was ablated for a good 10 to 20 seconds. Oh, geez. I could talk about lightning in a second, but first I'm just going to finish reading this. You don't have any friends, which we do need to sort out. And you've led an unexciting life for too long. You know, I'm actually going to chuck you into the military. Because you seem to want a exciting life, and we can help provide that. You're dejected after being unable to take it easy for too long. Well, you're able to do that right now, so hopefully that's helping. Welcome to the fort. Whoops, wrong button. Okay, so literally all I need now is this to be done. Disiron minecart. An unexciting life, literally me. Yeah, it's too relatable. So once the minecart arrives here, this should automatically dump quite literally everything. What are we picking up? Oh, man. Okay, hold on. Let me just do this. Yoink. I don't want them using this as a front door. I want them using the other door. Which isn't even locked, so. I know that they're happening every 30 minutes, but man, it feels like the ads happen a lot more frequently than that. It really does. It's like time flies when you're having fun, and it's like ads feel more constant when you're having fun. It's like it's a minute 30 every 30 minutes, which is better than fucking Amazon Prime Video. Beer is the solution to the problem. Isn't beer the solution to, like, just about every... You know, also, and when leading an unexcited life, beer might also be a solution to that. Oh yeah, it's the first, isn't it? Yay. Oh hey, the landscaper sent us a new annual contract. Lovely. You know what's kind of wild? How many of you guys are familiar with the video game Approaching Infinity? Because it's basically Star Trek the roguelike. It's been around for ages and was published by an awful publisher, and they finally got it free from said awful publisher. And they just sent me a key for it. And I didn't know that they even had like a PR company working for it. That's kind of crazy. Maybe I'll have to actually play that game at some point. So this is how I intend to deal with body disposal.
Share this yesterday. Great job on the movie.
Thank you.
Looking forward to potential sequels.
Potential sequels? Well, I've said before, if that video gets 100,000 views, I will try and take an adventurer to go either resurrect or the blockade, or alternatively, simply, you know, remove the blockades. How do I word this? Either resurrect the blockade or save the blockade's weapon, because time is passing, or the shield rather. So either retrieve the shield or resurrect the blockade, if that video gets 100,000 views. Place track vehicle, that's what I need. You. But the other thing I need actually is I need to go here. I need to go to standing orders. There we go. Gather. Let's ignore outdoor vermin remains for right now. Things are nice? No, it's not too bad. It's going to be a little warm today. Apparently it's supposed to hit 32 degrees Celsius today here, which is a little schmelly hot. Not a big fan, but anything above 30, my apartment gets kind of uncomfortable, so we'll see. But hopefully you're doing well, Kyo. And also, chat room, can I get a round of beers for Percussive Giant keeping that sub alive for a 4th month? And we've got another artifact that's beginning. It's another weaponsmith. This one's Onual. So this should now just get rid of all of the bodies. Ideally. So I'm going to pause the game before the flood of dwarves starts removing them, and I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to begin making this. I'm just going to go from here. No, right, duh. Oh, is there day sight walls? Do I even have day sight? Yeah, I do. I'm just not making day sight blocks. Let's make 300 day sight blocks. Rock blocks. It's so funny the worry the Dwarf Fortress community are collectively playing the beta. That from time to time you forget that this is a beta and I'm trying to play a save in another computer. Oh, yeah. And then you're like, oh, right, yeah, I have to jump to the... Because Are beta saves... I'm pretty sure beta saves are compatible with non-beta saves, right? I'm pretty sure they are. Day sight. 236. Let's just do 200. 200 day site blocks. A snatcher? Would you look at that? These goblins are heading in to attempt to kidnap. From the same place, I assume? Already running off. Oh, nope, never mind. Trying to enter. And has canceled the job and is now running away as quickly as possible and is now coated in snow. So tripped and fell into the snow, I suppose. And left the map. Well, that was easy. Yeah, I too often forget that I'm playing a beta version. And this is what this does now. So this is all damaged clothing. See? This is all unclaimed damaged clothing. This is the fastest, easiest, and most efficient method of just getting rid of all of your trash. You're welcome. If anybody didn't know that, now you do. Well, I'm dumb. I threw a bunch of boulders on top of that roof. It's fine. And now all of these skeletons also get removed. You missed it? What, this? I mean, it's literally you make a, what's it called? A quantum stockpile going over an edge, and in this case, it's over the edge into some lava. It then gets dumped down into the lava and goes away, but you want it to go down quite a bit so that, you know, your dwarves don't have a chance of getting burned. And you just set it so that the stockpile here accepts footwear, handwear, headwear, and legwear. And I usually set the bottom two quality levels on both and only select the types of clothing that we're making, not any armor. And then it just gets thrown out. They will calm down eventually, yes. But the ones that are already agitated will not become unagitated. They will permanently remain agitated. Onul has actually made a weapon for us, another artifact, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Kulet Mind Durthan. This particular artifact is a silver spear named Tekud Zagad. Hey, chat room, Tekud is a god, apparently. And it was dedicated in the name of the family ancestor Kulet Mind Earthen. I don't know who Kulet was to you, but the item itself is a silver spear. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver and encircled with bands of alpaca leather. I think that should go into the tavern somewhere in a place of honor. And then, of course, surrounded by bars, probably. So let's go here and just say vertical bars. Ooh, I could do gold bars. Let's do silver. Stick to the silver. Silver spear, death to vampires. Oh, man. Wrong spot. Bad spot there. Okay, let's not put that there. I changed my mind. I regret my words and deeds. Instead, we're going to place it up here. And actually just use less space. And do vertical silver bars and vertical silver bars. We'll put it there. But I say round of beers for the silver spear. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, basically all of Dwarf Fortress to a degree could be considered a beta, right? Also never finished making that. Kind of got distracted by the other things I have to work on right now. Okay, let's get the spear here. Tekud's a god. We're just waiting for that to get placed here. Not a good spot to be hanging out right now, dwarf. Just waiting for that spear to arrive. Will a single dwarf make multiple artifacts? No. An artifact is a one-time thing that dwarves do once. That is it. Once they've done it once, they will never do it again. And it's only dwarves that can make artifacts. Other characters can name items, which count as artifacts, but only dwarves can make artifacts. Strange moods are a dwarven trait that is unique to dwarves. Which is why when people play modded races in this game and they get strange moods, I'm like, that's not right. Well, actually. All right, there we go. Okay, so double checking on this. And stuff's getting disposed of pretty damn quick. Moods are dropping, though. So I think we have two ways that we could increase moods right now. I could send my military off to go steal some books from abandoned sites. Or I could just lock them in the tavern for a bit and make them make friends. But books would require me to start making a library. I'm just going to go over here and say melt metal object. Also, out of curiosity, chat, how you guys enjoying the stream so far? Hopefully your afternoon has been good. And do you have any plans for the weekend? I mean, I will be streaming tomorrow. Normally the Fridays are iffy, but I will be streaming tomorrow. So I will be doing a extra, well, it's a sort of an extra stream this week. A scheduled extra stream this week. Enjoying very much. That's good to hear, Neezer. I will say, I am still surprised and amazed by how tired I am. After just all of that editing that I did. And also, like, the fact that my wrist kind of hurts. It's like I got a little bit of repetitive strain injury for working too long editing. Not good. I think we'll just wall this off. So you got an easy out? I gather it's a wedding you didn't want to go to? I had a coworker, or a friend of mine, his coworker, invited him to a wedding while drunk, forgot that he invited him to his wedding, and then my friend showed up at the wedding, which required a plane trip. And he was very surprised that he showed up, which I think is quite funny. That's my favorite recent dumb wedding story. What's even better is, like, other people knew that he was coming, too. So, like, he, like, arranged, like, to stay with certain people that were there and whatnot. On a Sunday night at a destination location that requires people to take work off. People who expect people to have more PTO than they probably actually do. Inconsiderate people, we call those. I genuinely have not been to a wedding in 14 years. Was the last wedding I went to, so. Oh, I need empty pots too. Brew more stuff. I could just queue up rock pots. Did you at least get a seat? Oh yeah, no, like, it's just the only person who forgot was the guy that invited him, who was the groom. Everybody else knew that he was going, so it's not like it was an issue in that regard. It's just kind of funny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay, fine. Last one won't work. And I will put a chest and a cabinet in here. And this will be my dormitory. So this will be a dormitory that is connected to the tavern. So anybody who's permitted to stay in the tavern will be able to go into this dormitory. Now this one up here, I can just nuke and get rid of because it sucks. These beds can also get redistributed. Ah, boy. One of these days I'll have a mass deconstruct button. I'll have a deconstruct all button. One of these days. One of these days. Last one you went to in the family that you didn't want to go when parents tried to pressure me, which got the wife in your family very annoyed at him, but bit warranted drama there. Yeah, most drama is unwarranted, to be honest. Okay, so that's now better. This is pretty much done getting taken apart, dismantled. And over here, I don't really see any bodies left, so that's good. You've got a breeding pair of dragons. Cave dragons or dragon dragons? So I'm just going to make a stockpile right here. And this is going to be for armor and weapons, but not the ones that I'll be using. So essentially, I'm going to remove iron, steel, and sure, we'll just go with that for right now. No iron and no steel. And nothing super high quality. And then same with weapons. So nothing super high quality. And no iron, steel, or silver. And this should automatically eat up basically all of the goblin stuff that needs to be melted down. So all of this stuff up here is where that stuff should end up. Except for obviously the silver stuff. Okay. Dragons? Oh, that's amazing. That is fantastic. I mean, some of you saw what happened the last time we had a breeding pair of dragons as the male dragon was gay. It's like the biggest buzzkill in the video game. All right, so I need another craftsworks. I need a crafts guild, and then I need to finish that temple. So this area up here is getting close to being done. So let's work on this temple. This is like the only time I truly feel overwhelmed in Dwarf Fortress is when there's like 50 demands I need to complete all at once. It's like, It's not that it's hard to actually complete said demands, it's just, it can be a lot sometimes. And then I will just make this meeting area right here, and I'm going to kind of cheat a little bit. Down here is also going to be connected to it. So this is going to be a new temple. And it's for the dead communion, which is the god Yugoth, who worship death, blight, disease, and deformity. What's up, Nightingale? Hope the stream goes well. You've recently started playing Dwarf Fortress after watching it for years. You're going to watch my 7-hour tutorial. Remember, the 7-hour tutorial is a compilation of all of the tutorials I'd made up until that point. So, 7-hour tutorial or just the playlist of quick tutorials, whichever one's easier. You asked the furries, and it seems a lot of dragons are gay. I have a question. Aren't those scalies? And I'm not a furry or a scaly. I could care less. In fact, they scare me quite a bit. But aren't those scalies? Not gay? Yeah, there you go. Shoutouts to Putnam for putting a gaydar in the video game. Okay, so then, now that I've made this, which is the Putrid Temple, quality name, I approve, I'm going to make this and connect it to the Putrid Temple. So how's the value doing? Sweet, that seals me there. The Sacred Starvation. So the Elephant Tender, UGDPY, or a Darkened Dawn could be, or Ilmirin could become the Sacred Starvation of the Putrid Temple. Explain then. But, like, dragons aren't furry. Dragons is lizard. So if dragon is lizard, how is that not scales? How is that fur? Actually, you know what? Don't explain this. I'm thinking about this too much. Let's just move on to a category that doesn't make me scared of my chat. What are some quality of life features you'd like to see added beside from mass deconstruct? Searching and sorting in every menu instead of just most of them. Definitely. UGDPY, definitely. You've been watching me for a while? That's the case of a lot of people. Glad you liked it, mate. Share it to your friends. Put it on Reddit. I mean, I know too much about them because of people I know, and I avoid it as much as I can. But every now and again, people contradict each other, which makes my brain kind of go, oh my god, you're just like flat earthers. And then I move on with my day, usually. All right. Angry to the kobolds of Dwarf Fortress. Proof that there is 2 mods and turns them into scaly. But they're already lizards in Dwarf Fort, though. You mean the one that gives them big, cute eyes? Is that what it is? So I'm torn here, chat. The original expedition leader worships this religion. Do I make the original expedition leader a religious figure? Or do I give it to somebody else here? No, they're no longer the expedition leader because we have a mayor now. The mayor replaces the expedition leader. We are cleaning fish, so me, Bumfire. I mean, quite a bit of our food supply is actually coming from fish. That's a sentence I read. Thanks, Shy. Yeah, we'll give it to the elephant tender, who's now the sacred starvation. Okay, so that's one of these done. Now I need the crafts dwarfs guild. Question is, where do I put the crafts dwarfs guild? Possibly like right here, like right next to this one. So I can add a second floor onto it if they need it. They use the temple to receive said complaints. But I could give that dwarf an office anyway. Although it's kind of an unfinished temple right now. The titles for the religion are part of the religion generation and during World Gen. Also, I have a question. Don't we have multiple engravings of this wereskink? I need to check this. The wereskink Suxul Zuglart Thossit has come. A large skink twisted into humanoid form. It's crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow scarlet. Its black scales are large and set far apart. Now you will know why you fear the night. Okay, where is it, though? Okay, so you... Married to Kel. Shipspike. Your name is very familiar, dude. Competent maceman, too. A legendary thresher. Damn. Let me check something. Because... I think... I have a statue of this dwarf. There's a statue of Napalm, may you rest in peace. Statue of Alien Slayer. Because there's a god... No, it's not that. I have a statue of a god somewhere. Cursing a dwarf to become a were creature. And I know. Okay, so no, it was Godin. But I thought that I saw somebody else who was turned into a were. Anyway, maybe not. Yeah, it's related to the religion because different the spheres that the god is related to have different words associated with them. Okay, so I'm going to forbid all this and turn on the burrow and then follow this guy. So it doesn't feel anything while in conflict, but hasn't actually attacked anything yet. Is running directly towards Raikalu, the weaponsmith, who's terrified while in conflict. So Raikalu is admittedly leading it away. Hey chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck for this dwarf? May they run swiftly. Staring for combat. Why are you going that way? I think Raikalu should get a special name if they survive this. Oh no. They probably won't. Grabs the dwarf by the cave spider silk sock. Knocks the dwarf over. Who's now bleeding. Where's King grabs him by the sock. The weaponsmith kicks it, and then it bites him, tearing the muscle through the pigtail dress. So Raikalu has been bit, is now bleeding heavily, is the creator of Lushem Higit, which, for reference, is the Puzzling Horn, which is a treasure of our fortress. The Puzzling Horn is I think that's the lead battle axe, right? Yeah, the lead battle axe. So this dwarf did make us a lead battle axe. Yeah, the wereskink is one of my favorites. The dwarf is satisfied at work. If he said anything, he says, I must withdraw. And it's currently shaking him around by his left arm because it bit him in the upper arm, latched on firmly, and is shaking him around by the arm. Dwarf is bleeding very heavily as well as stunned, faint, and now dead. The last thing he said was, I improved my fighting. That was satisfying. Got shaken around by the head because it bit him in the head. Latched on firmly, shook him around, which eventually tore apart the head. And the dwarf perished. Rest in peace. The next dwarf to get hit is Rydern. Oh, there's a bunch of dwarves outside. Great. Rydern, who is now terrified while in conflict. The wereskink attacks the fishery worker, but he jumps away. I will just follow this. Okay, so killed him. The wereskink says, death is all around us. It is truly horrifying. Bites the fishery worker. Rydern is now infected. I won't add anything to their name. Just attacking the fishery worker. Still attacking the fishery worker. Grabs the fishery worker by the upper front teeth with his lower arm. And bites him repeatedly in the head. Rydern, what do you have to say? Well, I kicked him in the left hand. He is stunned, bleeding heavily. He lost a toe. The wereskink grabs the fishery worker by the head with his upper arm. Wereskink continues to kill him. I think he's probably dead. Bites the fishery worker in the head. Rydern has passed. Hand him in another ad. This is the only way in for the fort for the creature right now. So it's pretty easy for me to just lock the door. We do have 2 tombs available. And Saxul, Ship Spike, becomes the dwarf. Returns to his original form. I have told the military to go try and kill him. Don't know if they'll catch up to him. Chat, can I get a round of Fs for the two dwarves who just passed? For reference, it was Raikalu and Rydern. Creature makes it off map. It's a damn shame, truly. So this becomes Raikalu's tomb. Most of these dwarves are carving ramps over here, which is fair. So I'm just going to go here and set these to priority 3. So they'll go do this. It's a damn shame, truly. Now we can continue our pretty little tombs. And also, we've collected another piece of magnetite. We're starting to get some copper. A lot of stuff getting melted. So since YouTube chat asks, chat room, what are some quality of life features that would make this game significantly more pleasant to play for you? And I mean stuff being added to vanilla. I'm not really referring to stuff being added to DF hack. I know there's already a lot of stuff in DF hack. Because for me, I would like flood fill back into... I'd like searchable menus on everything, and I would like flood fill to be in vanilla again for... for burrows. I want to be able to like double click a thing. Sorting selection options for trade. You know what's funny is, fun fact about the trade options, the reason they've been so limited for so long is Zach and Tarn thought it was funny. I kid you not. It was literally like their way of playing a like the reason it's so awkward to trade with the elves is it's like intentional, like mean game design. I canceled clicking like just a mass deconstruct kind of option or a mass unbuild. I mean, you can sort of do that, but it's not super straightforward. It's quite clunky. You know what I want actually, and this is something they're probably actually going to do, or they are going to do because they've said they will, is I want Legends to be a click away from every mode. Like in Fortress mode, I just want to be able to hit here, save and quit to Legends, and then continue playing buttons. I don't care what the load times are, I want it. Okay, so this is going to be a Craftsdwarf's Guild. Like, it was a nightmare before to mass cancel jobs in older versions of the game, but at least then you would just hit, like, Q and then just spam X. Which still isn't exactly what I would describe as straightforward, but... or good, even, but it was faster and easier than clicking things individually. As far as I know, Tarn's actually doing that international move right now, so I'm actually really curious about... how long it's going to take for him to move properly. So I think I'm going to make a statue of the dwarf that made that artifact. This one. It's the treasure of the trampled machine. This dwarf. Because if I'm not mistaken, it was... Raikalu who made it, right? Yeah, it was Raikalu who made it. So I'm going to make a furniture made of gold, statue, historical figure. I think it's this one, floor trained. DOKO. Yeah, that one. Second eldest son of Aban Brubronze and Yushrir Tin Straps. So I think I have enough gold to make a singular golden statue. And this isn't quite completed just yet. The Sunken Citadel. That is a bad name for a craft store guild. Let's call it the... Let's call it the... I wanted to call it the artisanal or something, but... Let's call it the Silken... The awe-inspiring artifact. There we go. We'll call it that. That works. The ivory figures? Figurines? Can I call it the ivory something? Let's call it the ivory artifact. That works. Let's go with that. Basically just need to pave this over here. Legends mode would be really useful for adventure mode as well. Supposedly, I obviously don't know exactly what Tarn's plans are for the quest log, but he was saying that he wants to work Legends mode into the quest log a little bit. Like, give us more ability to see stuff quickly, you know? Dwarf, I really like all the curly hair in this faction. It's just super good. Big fan. Ooh, you're a mace dwarf. So two things. One, I have to pee. Two, I feel like I should go get lunch because I'm getting kind of hungry. I doubt it'll be that straightforward. We can dream, Wizard Birdman. But I'm going to go grab my lunch. So I will be back in like 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes tops. If I could get a round of beers and if you guys could entertain yourselves, that'd be fantastic. I'm just going to pause the game so you don't miss anything, obviously. If you need to go take a toilet break or get some water, now's the time to do that. I will be back in a few. That went quick. All right, let's see what these brand new migrants is doing. So since there was a wereskink in the vicinity, I'm actually like kind of sketched out about having any visitors now. You're hopeful and you have poor focus, but you do have good willpower. You disdain peace. In terms of mastering a skill, prefers war is preferable to peace in general. Welcome to the military, my guy. Beekeeper, hey? How about you? You're an adequate mace dwarf. You dream of crafting a masterwork someday. Sees life as unfair. Good analytical ability. Proud and tough, not greedy. Good focus. Since they have some skills already, might as well. Would there be any specific reason that your fort hasn't requested any petitions for a temple? More than 10 dwarves need to be part of the same religion. Not even just the same god, the same religion. And not every dwarf is part of a religion. And some dwarves can leave religions, like this one. This one was part of the Lined Coven at one point, and then is now is no longer part of that religion. So if a dwarf leaves a religion, you're not good in the military, low stamina. If a dwarf leaves a religion, then they cannot become part of said religion. Or if they've never been part of it, then they won't petition for it. So maybe you just don't have a particularly religious faction. Thank you, Summer Blub. Means a lot. One second. All right, so I need these dwarves to take a break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to forbid everything that isn't immediately important. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to forbid all of these workshops. And, well, actually, maybe not these ones. Because I would like them to finish building this first. And I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to forbid all of these. I'm going to forbid that. I'm going to forbid these. And I'm going to forbid that. So that no tasks can get done. And then down here, we're going to do this. And just get this done as quickly as possible, with as many dwarves as possible. Uh-oh. Like, maybe I can just smooth a good chunk of it. Because I just need this to get satisfied. So once this is done and also satisfied, and first they're just going to do a whole lot of hauling, I can then tell them to just go stand in here and basically have a party. You don't think you've seen nice? I feel like I see it everywhere. I mean, it varies based on where you settle, right? Has any cavern trade for videos you can reference? I have a trading one, but I don't have one for caravans. Simply put, they need to be 3 tiles wide. And you won't get trade wagons at all until you have a baron. You need royalty. I'd like to redeem a dwarf. Any preference? Also, Narc, thank you very much for the subscription for a 5th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you greatly. I have one singular child who is 15. If that works for you, we can go with that. Sounds good. Okay. You're off to go attend a meeting. Your crack's easily under pressure. He is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his actions and skills. He's currently more confident, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He tries to keep his things orderly, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And he does not often feel lustful. He could be considered rude, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He has a calm demeanor, and he is stubborn. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and he doesn't focus on material goods, often acts with compassion, lives a fast-paced life, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He is slow to trust others and needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and he is he is put off by family and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and doesn't care about art one way or another. He likes rock salt and silver and Morian and giant raccoon tooth. The color dark peach, cages, nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature, and the words of the true reason and the sound of the silky embrace. And the sight of the glittery style and when possible prefers to consume pendant amaranth beer and absolutely hates spark scorpions. And his hair is somewhat greasy, and he's currently kind of upset. His mom is almost who's in the fort. His dad is either no longer with us or we just don't know. And here's the thing. I have not had a tantrum spiral in this version of the game, except for the one time I intentionally caused one. I've had a few dwarves tantrum, for sure. I could not tell you the last time I actually had a true tantrum spiral. Yeah, like I have to go out of my way to make them tantrum. Because a true tantrum spiral is where one dwarf tantrums, and then spontaneously the entire fort tantrums because of that one fort tantruming. And I'm pretty sure that that's just straight up been fixed. Like, other dwarves tantruming doesn't negatively affect other dwarves that much anymore. I mean, it still does. It's just nowhere near as badly as it used to. Both. I mean, when I talk to new players about this game, they go on about how hard it is, right? For me, it's not that hard. So, I hate saying this. I think I'm good at this video game, but at the same time, it is easier than it used to be. Dwarf Fortress goes through, like, different periods of the game is quite easy to the game being quite hard and back and forth, which is funny because right now, Dwarf Fortress is in a period where adventure mode's getting a lot of development, right? And right now, there's a portion of the community that's mad because they're not developing Fortress mode. They're mostly working on adventure mode and then performance and UI fixes for Fortress, right? Whereas in the past, there used to be arguments between whether or not the game's too easy or too hard. People would complain, oh, stress is too punishing. You have to make the game easier because stress used to be a lot more punishing. So they made the game easier. And then there's immediately people going, now the game's too easy. Make stress more punishing. So it's like, it's kind of this endless tug of war of like people on either side of the fence bitching. So the game got easier for premium, but since then has gotten harder again. The game was way harder in like 2018 and then got a lot easier in 2019 and then got harder again in 2020. So it's like, it varies. But proper tantrum spirals are a bug that I'm pretty sure has been fixed. Now you just get Tavern brawls, which are an intended feature. I will say this. Do not presume that Dwarf Fortress's magic system will be anything like Noida. Please. If you start saying it'll be like this game, having heard what Tarn has said about what magic will be, it's gonna be fucking nothing like Noida, dude. In fact, I will be surprised if the player even has any agency over what spells exist and how they work. I will be surprised by that if that's a thing. Basically, as with any video game, don't overhype yourself based on assumptions that may or may not be correct. Because if you do, you will never have a good time with the video game. Okay, so let's take a peek at what they're actually doing. Some dwarves are brewing, that's about it. There's web collection going on, which I'm going to pause. I will leave the thread construction on. Dwarves are chanting. Okay, what's the value of this? Should be good. Yeah, that's called fort loss. It's not called a tantrum spiral, though, right? It's like you can have too many cats, right? It's very easy in Dwarf Fortress to accidentally breed too many cats. Common problem, right? Cat explosions are not a thing. You can no longer have a cat explosion because that bug has been fixed, right? A tantrum spiral was a bug, and it's a bug that's been fixed. You can't have, you can't have a tantrum spiral in the format that people talk about them. Like, that bug has been fixed. So if a bug has been fixed, it can no longer happen. It's redundant to talk about it as a going concern. It was literally an instant chain reaction. Like, the last time I remember it happening was version 44.01, which is a while ago. If you guys want to party, let me know and I'll shut my camera off. Otherwise, I can just keep babbling. But it was version 44.01, I think. And what would happen was one dwarf would tantrum, and then there'd be so many notifications. It's like when the surface catches fire and everything starts collapsing, and it's like something on the surface has collapsed. Imagine that, but tantrums, except it's like 200 dwarves all at once. That's a tantrum spiral. And that's the last time I remember that happening was way long ago. So if like one child tantrums and kills 3 people, that's not a tantrum spiral. That's just one pissy child, right? A tantrum spiral is referring to a very specific bug that, as far as I know, has been fixed. Like, I think there's actually a hard cap to the number of dwarves that can tantrum at a time now. Yeah, no, I agree with that. Derek, yeah, I agree with that. That'd be cool. Are those all cages? These or these? These are floor grates. These are weapon racks. These are armor stands. And the dwarves are making merry and enjoying their time. Where are my tavern keepers at? Storing items in stockpiles. All right. Why you do that? You're supposed to be doing tavern things. You once thought the code was too labyrinthine? I think people need to separate memes from reality. The Dwarf Fortress code is a spaghetti monster mess that will one day elope the internet and, like, kill us all. But that being said, it's still just code. And everything that I've heard out of Putnam is that it's a lot more straightforward than people think. And that Tarn's code, I melded Tarn and Toad into one word and said Toad. Tarn's code is better than people give him credit for. People presume that somebody who is like an amateur enthusiast or has never had like direct training is clearly bad at what they do. I think it's kind of offensive to give somebody so little credit, basically. And I wish people would give Tarn more credit. People presume that he's bad at his job. He's a fucking mathematical genius. Jimi Hendrix was self-taught. He also played his guitar upside down, so he can't be trusted. But yes, you are correct. So let's see, where are you attending a meeting and who are you attending a meeting with? This dwarf's currently going to go attend a meeting with somebody who is not conducting meetings. Which means somebody probably needs an office. No, totally. I mean, but the thing you need to remember is modding a game externally is going to be different from working on it internally, right? Hey, suited. Okay, so where is my mayor? What are you doing? It's probably the mayor you want to see. Okay, so yeah, you go to the mayor's office. Okay, so you are trying to meet with the mayor. So the mayor needs more free time. Okay, so down here, does this have goblets? It does. I don't know if that's going to cause any negatives, so I will just make that work. I want to see my tavern keepers serving drinks. It's bad in context of other coders because it makes it harder for others to affect it. But for someone on a solo project, it's kind of fine. Yeah, well, it's not a solo project anymore, right? Because Putnam's helping. Serve bilberry wine. That's what I want to see. Discussing his problem. This dwarf just really wants friends, is the issue. So since this dwarf really wants friends, me making them into a tavern keeper will hopefully help them get friends. Because be with friends is their worst need right now. The dining room is legendary, which is definitely a assistance. You wish you could see the source code? Maybe one day. For me, it's not that I wish that I could see the source code. I don't. I'm actually quite happy that Dwarf Fortress isn't open source. But I do wish that people would give Tarn the benefit of the doubt a bit more when it comes to the quality of the code of this game. Man, that's 2 times you've come up here? Satisfied after... So he goes, yells at somebody in charge, serves a couple drinks, eats food, prays for a bit, and then goes back. It's an interesting way to go about life. Socializing, socializing, socializing. You want... Also going to try and fill out the military a little bit. Values craft starships and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish. Values sacrifice. Developed empathy, good spatial sense, good analytical ability. Active sense of humor. All right, we'll toss you into the military too, UDK. They or she mentioned that they had to use a safe sort because there were null references in the list. Oh, yeah. And you get that all the time when you code, but you really envy managing C and C++ game and like not having to use pre-existing code bases. Is that why? Like, what makes you envy it, I guess? Is it just because you want to work on Dwarf Fortress specifically, or? I guess where does the envy come from then? Would be my question. So what I should do is I should make a clay collection zone and just start making clay pots. I could actually do that right here very easily. People envy things that they want to try. People want to envy things that they want to do. Maybe it's in the context of like, I just want to make a game in C++ and not, you know. Do your dwarves not get salty sleeping in a barracks? I mean, they do, but I get salty having to make 200 bedrooms. But no, you just have to overcompensate for it. You don't need to have every single mood satisfied. I mean, it's a negative mood, but it's just embarrassed, which is about the same as walking outside. It's not too bad. It's not great, but... Closer to metal, like Rust, lets you pull off more things per second in an established game engine. Oh, than an established game engine. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, yeah, no, I could see why somebody who's a programmer would want to work on a game in a programming language that they know instead of having to, like, you know, just make a Unity game, you know? So the monsters can't get in, but those visiting dudes can murder bad guys. Not really. You can't have like a one-way door. The game used to have that feature, but it was one of the biggest causes of frame rate problems, so it was kind of deleted. Yeah, not really. No. Well, I mean, an artifact door isn't a one-way door. Any door can be a one-way door. You let them out and then you lock it. The thing is, monster hunters suck. They're real bad. They tend to just go die. If you want to have monster hunters that like will do that, the best way to do it would be to burrow your dwarves out of that area and then just have an open door. And then maybe cage traps or weapon traps to stop stuff from getting in as easily. But you're still going to need to defend it yourself. You can't depend entirely on monster hunters because they will just go out and die eventually. What's up, Anander? Like, quite literally, monster hunters are really bad at their jobs. I would not depend on them at all. They're kind of a noob trap to a degree. They drink your booze and steal your artifacts and punch your sheriff. Yeah, pretty much. That's what they're good at. Stealing your stuff and laughing. Red shirts in Star Trek? Not quite. Yeah, but they wouldn't know to pass to the pressure plate to leave. Unless, like, you make a one-time pressure plate that locks the door. But that could also be, like, pressed by something walking in. Or a dwarf walking out, right? Like, it's... pressure plates aren't really that useful in that sense. Okay, so I'm gonna get the military training. And I'm gonna get them both training here. Because this squad is full and this squad is full, meaning all of my weapons and armor should be getting used. Although only the top squad is actually using the one where they can wear shoes. Or wear boots, I get the high boots, I suppose. You get your martial training. You also get to acquire objects. You already have an AWS account. I mean, hey. Pick your battles, right? Anbel Balrog Sataspo has 6 kills so far. Good for him. I'm sure that person will get steamrolled at some point. Just kind of waiting for moods to steer up a little bit, because they are. Like, if you look at it, moods are working on themselves a little bit, and the most upset dwarves in the fort, Rovod and UGDP. Why is it always UGDPY? What are you so upset about? Horrified after seeing a goblin's dead body. Well, okay. So, let's talk about this. What do you need? You want to be with family. Well, you have none. You do have friends, at least. Eat a good meal, help somebody, and craft objects. So you want to help somebody. So what I'll do is I'll put you on orderlies. And you want to craft objects. I'll give you engraving and stone cutting, maybe? But I'm going to remove you from hauling. Do you enjoy performing? You like watching performances? You like the Dead Communion a whole lot. Well, how about we go up here and make you a performer for the Dead Communion? But we do that. Gonna go make nice blocks. I mean, Riker had main character armor. That's what he had. I feel like I can recover this dwarf. Although he is quick to give up, which is bad. And fearful, which is also bad. Gonna go listen to stories. I wonder what that story is. Tell story. It's Olan telling the story. And it's the story of how Odin became the high wall of the Lion Coven. Okay, the high wall. Looks like we are eating lettuce. Dwarfs is having salads. My dwarves are all bored after leading an unexciting life for too long. While speaking with acquaintances, I basically want these dwarves to start getting friends. Oh, this dwarf was Kyo's, where are you? I saw a dwarf that was, used to be married to Napalm, who died. I need books to make a scholar, but I'm thinking we can make this into a library, just a huge open plan space. But I need books to make a library first. Well, I mean, I don't need them, but I would want them. Actually, what do I have for bars currently? There we go. Could also just fully disable hauling. There's one of my tavern keepers. Generally pretty happy. We're also only down to like 2 super pissy dwarves. We're up to 4 for a minute there. We can write them themselves if they're bored. But then I have to... okay. I don't even know if I have a screw pump right now. Or a screw thing. Where the heck? Screw press. Oh, I do. Okay, we'll make a screw press. And I'll make a second screw press. I don't actually know if I have any, pigtail. I do. You couldn't stand anything with the Ferengi? Aw. Ferengi were fun. Screw press, yes, and ender. Okay, so now that my military are no longer rusty, where are we? Time to begin poking around and look for something that has no noteworthy population. No living population that we can go explore. The Monastery of Relief Leads has some books, but no population. That's one. There's also a bunch of forest retreats up here that have no population. Pathways to Harmony. Also, thank you very much for all of the follows, by the way. I do see those, I just don't comment on them much. We're going to send the Ivory Priest there. So they're going to go acquire some books for us. Although I think... just making sure that none of my dwarves are actually members of that. None of my nobles are members of that squad. I mean, the stereotypes that surround the Ferengi are kind of cruddy. Like, there is kind of some crappy connotations with them, I suppose, is maybe the easiest way to put it. But, you know, it's like anything else. Some stereotypes are too much for some people, and I get it. It's like the same reason I can't, like, reasonably enjoy Harry Potter, period, as an adult. It's because that series just has too many crappy stereotypes in it. Yeah. I will say that they are not the worst variant of a stereotype like that. They're also not the worst stereotype in Star Trek, in my opinion, but... the dwarves are off to go explore relief leads. No, you're turning around to go pick up equipment. Why must you do this to me? See, here's the thing. I think stereotypes have their uses. You have to be tasteful with them, right? Like, if you're using stereotypes to make a point in a show or a series or a form of fiction, you just have to be tactful with it. The difference is, are you being tactful or not, right? Are you using stereotypes in a positive way, or are you using them just to be offensive to a group? Like, they're needed. Like, it's a necessity for, like, good storytelling, I would say. And her barely disguised bigotry. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't like Harry Potter when I was younger, so it's easy for me to bash it. I didn't like Harry Popular when it was popular to like Harry Potter, okay? So now as an adult who didn't like Harry Potter back then, it's very easy to continue just not liking it. Just gonna chuck these. Pretty sure that's like distracting from the use of this. Oh, no, it's not. You preferred Narnia yourself? I mean, that's full of crappy Christian stereotypes, but different flavor of stereotype for sure. Mass Morass is telling a story. Rovod's going to go attend a meeting. Question is with whomst? Just a whole load of fantasy bollocks. Yeah, I don't know. I never read the books for Game of Thrones. I think I need a faster method of transport around this fort. Okay, so you want to yell and cry on a priest. You're a member of the Dead Communion, which is up here. I'm going to remove the original expedition leader and founder from that position. Now we wait for the dwarves to return. While I also let them de-stress. He's unkind to the readers. That is not wrong. So this is from YouTube chat. I don't like how Harry Potter took over the conceptual niche of a wizard school. I mean, that's kind of like saying you wouldn't like how Tolkien took over the conceptual niche of a fantasy thing. You just need somebody to write a book that's similar levels of popularity that uses the same niche, which is hard to do. Merch, is that what you're looking for, Suited? There you go. I'm just going to remove all these ramps because they're fugly. And I think I'm going to do a little bit of engraving in here. Engrave under these. Just under the chairs in general. Under these. Under these. And under these. Human caravan has arrived and they're here to trade. That's good. Still loving the mug you got last year. Which one did you get? It's hard for me to keep track of who bought what. Is the Wambler new? There's all kinds of new merch up on there that's been added over the last few months. The Rambler, I think, is the most recent addition. Actually. Who is my broker? Okay, it's my bookkeeper that died, yeah. Make Mass Morass the bookkeeper. Give him something to do that isn't just tending to the tavern. Also, that tavern keeper has gotten a lot happier in the last little bit. Can sell off a bunch of used clothing that isn't claimed, because the only stuff that shows up in here is the stuff that's not claimed. Not a lot of these caps are actually damaged. Sell all these totems. Also need to start doing things with those cages. Yeah, it should be fine. Oh, you know, let's just sell a little bit of ammo in case we need extra value. I also didn't look at how far away they have to go to get to that temple, so... Decent amount of cave adaptation going on here. The dinner table one? Gotcha. The one that's like kind of a homage to The Last Supper. It was a little long-winded for a 5th grader. Yeah, that's a very true story about Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings, great. However, I think some people are made to read it too young. Right, now the question is, what do I want to trade for? I didn't bring any fun animals, just a singular cardinal. Cimmerillion is the best. I read this Cimmerillion a very long time ago. Kind of tempted to buy that whip, but I also just want to stick to the weapons that we're going with. Could buy the meat. Make the dwarves a little happier in that regard. I'm going to buy the... I really want to buy that fork. It's a very valuable fork. Put it on a pedestal somewhere. Gotta love random adventure mode items working their way into fortress mode. I'll also buy these instruments if I can. And... got a little bit of extra money lying around now. Maybe I will buy that whip. And we'll trade. It appears that one of my squads has returned. I don't know why Alien Slayer's icon is invisible. The first location we explored. It's pretty far. It's kind of a long walk. We searched Deep Smiles, and we took a bunch of items from Deep Smiles. Time spent with government. Oh, that's a name of a book that we just stole. So since we've stolen or acquired a bunch of books that belong in a library, there's another area I would like to check right here that I just noticed. This. Oh, that's just a human fort. It actually has population too. Oh shit, there's a monastery right here. Well, go get that. I need to start building a library now. Well, I mean, I don't need to, but I would like to. I think the dwarves have had a decent amount of time to start being happier with their surroundings, so we'll just unforbid everything, so all the jobs can begin again. I don't have any visitors in the fort right now, but by not allowing visitors into your library is how you do that. I kind of just want to put it right here. Just kind of continue building south. But yeah, that's how you do it. Is you basically just don't allow visitors to enter it. Yeah, also DF, not real life. In Dwarf Fortress, you just don't let visitors enter your library, and then you won't have issues with, you know, people stealing your books from your library. You know what? I'll actually leave that wall there. I feel like these guys should be back soonish. They did have to go further. Yeah, just don't let anybody in the library. That would in fact work. It would in fact stop people from stealing books from the library if nobody was allowed in the library. Now, I guess the question is, what material do I make my bookshelves out of? To magma safe or not to magma safe? I mean, why would my bookshelves need to be magma safe? Do I have any favorite books? Like real life books? The last book I read that I enjoyed a whole lot was John Romero's biography. Like John Romero's like life story, basically his memoir, if is probably a better way to put it, which is called Doom Guy: Life in First Person. Talks about a lot of early game development stuff. I don't really read fiction. I get my fiction from my excuse for it these days is I get my fiction from video games, so I don't need to get it from books. But truth be told, I just find fiction kind of boring. You read Sid Meier's book? I should get that one. Sid Meier is somebody I have a lot of respect for. You read Crime and Punishment? Is that the only book you've read? There's another book that I'm not quite done with yet, but I'm slowly working through. Mostly because I'm savoring it. And it's... I mean, you can still go to the website, but I don't think he's ever going to do a second printing. Which apparently is the name of a video game as well, but it's unrelated. It's this. This is Shift Happens. This is a book that I kickstarted. It was way too expensive. It was like $200. But it's a 3-volume set. Wow, this is fancy. I've never actually looked at this. It's a 3-volume set of books about the full history of keyboards. This is, and then the last one, which I guess I can't pop out here, is the making of. It is kind of fascinating, actually. Wow, I've never clicked on this thing before. But yeah, it is kind of awesome. It's like full of pictures, and like each chapter is just like a chunk of history. And so it's kind of like an educational like history book almost. Very much a coffee table conversation starter thing, but I've been slowly working through that. I've been reading it for basically since Christmas was when I got it, and I'm still working my way through book 2. About 2/3 of the way through now. I'm up to the 70s. Starts with typewriters and goes to modern keyboards. Let's just say, what materials do I have? Bars. I do have some copper now. Still plenty of lead. Why don't I do silver bookcases? Let's do silver bookcases, because I got plenty of silver, and I'm only going to need like 20 bookcases. Silver bookcase. 3 Discworld. That's fiction, though. Also, we'll see you later, Neezer. This dwarf's a talented gem cutter who's also very rusty. Uneasy dwelling upon being caught in a snowstorm. It's funny fiction. I read Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy when I was in like school age, and I'm okay. Like, it's fine. It's not my shtick. I'd rather, if I'm gonna put in all the effort to read something, I want to learn something. Entertainment to me, like reading is a lot of work for me. It always has been. So if reading is a lot of work for me, I want to do something for entertainment that is effortless, and playing video games is effortless. If I'm going to put effort into something, I want to learn something. I'm good on graphic novels. I grew up. I'm an adult. I don't need graphic novels. 2 lead bars, skeletons, rough gems. Okay, so skeletons. Can slaughter that stray giant Olm. And the stray peregrine falcon. And also the reindeer. Put meat back on the menu. Exasperated when caught in a snowstorm. Oh, hey, main squad's back. See how we did? Because you don't want to finish it. I've done that with books before. Forces the trampled machines, searched relief leads. We stole a bunch of books. Perfect. Certain Murder is a place that we are exploring. I'm pretty sure I've been to Certain Murder in adventure mode. Like, I'm mostly certain I've been here. Also want to try attacking some lairs, but I've never really done that before. I just don't really want to, lose all of my dwarves. Outrage warded. We're going to go for that. I'm just going to say do this. Let's just melt metal object. Melt a metal object. If melt designated items is above 10, smelt 10, and we'll just check that monthly. Oh, yeah, 10. I've heard so many mixed things about it, and I have not heard anything about microtransactions, though. I'm sure it'll have DLC for a new Stalker. I mean, the only real negative thing I heard about business model-wise was a while ago, and that was when they tried to sell an NFT related to the game and then walked it back within like an hour. But I haven't heard anything about them putting stuff in there. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that the Stalker games are based off of. Looking at YouTube chat briefly, they say, this is Alexander, and they say, you need to be particularly motivated to read Tolkien beyond The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I think you need to be motivated to read the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I really enjoyed The Hobbit, and I liked the Silmarillion, but I never made it through Lord of the Rings on my own. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. If they want to sell microtransactions for gun skins, I don't give a shit. That doesn't negatively impact my gameplay whatsoever. And if it has DLC, that's fine. Like, the original Stalker game had 2 standalone expansion packs. Like, DLC is totally okay. And if there's, like, the Ubisoft style pay to skip stuff, that's fine as long as the game isn't egregiously grindy. Like, I think I'm kind of okay with a lot of microtransaction stuff as long as it doesn't, like, negatively impact my game. I don't care. So I'm not going to start saying things like, it's going to be microtransaction yucky. I'm not going to say shit until the game's out because we don't know, right? If it comes out and the game's like exceptionally stupidly grindy and there's like, in order to like progress, you feel the need to buy stuff, then yeah, that sucks. But you know, if they want to sell what, like, they're literally a studio that was in a war zone for a while. I think they're allowed to sell you skins for some extra pennies if you like the game. At that point, they're tipping the developers, and I don't really see an issue with that. If it's a single player game, so it really depends on what they're adding. And I think like presuming that a game is going to be microtransaction yucky is silly. When really game ain't out yet, we don't know. Okay, so what else do you need? Stacked cloth, a quarry. Do I need uncut? I'm not still in the burrow, am I? No. Do I have gems that need to be cut? I'm just gonna nuke Kyokyo out of here for a second and just say, cut gems. Okay, so that's the issue. So I need uncut gems is what I need. Probably also cut gems, but... Just looking for gems, looking for gems, looking for gems. Really nothing. Hematite. The reason I enjoyed the Silmarillion because it was an era of my life where me and my older sister would take turns reading books out loud to each other. So I enjoyed the Silmarillion because to me it was like a collaborative experience with me and my older sister, just like passing the book back and forth. That's how I got through the Lord of the Rings too, but I enjoyed doing that with the Silmarillion a lot more. Because it was a lot more like collaborative, if that makes sense. But it's also this, that's wholesome. You want to know why that happened? It happened because I grew up in a house in the country with no TV and very, 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 very limited internet time. Dwarves are coming back. You led an unexciting life for too long, mate. Okay, you know what? We're gonna set you guys to off duty. Just go be normal dwarves for a little bit. So apparently, I'm told that catching animals in animal traps helps with the need for excitement. So I'm gonna see if that's true. And I need a place to put an animal catcher's zone thing or a workshop. I guess I could just dig this out, but where do I want to put it? Is UGDPY still angry? Probably. Not as angry. I think like your main issue is that, you know, you just had that really horrible experience and now you're recovering from it. So, I mean, since then, the only thoughts you've had have been positive. So as long as you don't sit there reliving it constantly, like you're not haggard or stressed or anything, you're just grumpy. So I think you'll recover. I do. I'm kind of planning to put you into the library though once it's done. We're still just working on it right now though. Am I really like straight up out of nice blocks? That's kind of impressive actually. There just isn't enough dwarves to do these jobs somehow. That's kind of impressive, actually. Libraries are fantastic for moods. Yes, I agree. Okay, well, I'm just going to put a library right here. It's currently overlapping. Let's remove this. And this, oh, no, not that. This right here is going to become a library. And in the furniture section, we're going to do this. 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we'll put the rest up here. I want to put pillars around these. That's a floor, not a pillar. And let's say table, table, table. Chair, chair, chair. And I need a chest. It's a self-heating library. Last cool experience you had with family was when you recently played Kirby Amazing Mirror with your brother. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I can't remember the last time I sat down on a couch with friends and played a video game. Oh, sweet. Dwarf's got those gems. What has he grabbed so far? Lead bars and rough onyx opals is the stuff he's grabbed so far. So now he's probably going for bones, right? Maybe? Yeah, looks like it. Giant ulm bone. Won't they fall into lava? Only if they get pushed, shoved, trip, or slip, which are all very unlikely things to happen. If somebody's getting pushed into lava is the least of my... Them getting pushed into lava is the least of my concerns at that point. Besides, what's the fun of lava if there isn't a risk? It's a real treat, which is more normal for games to... You wish it was more normal for games to have the split screen? Split screen's... I mean, you know... I think a lot of split screen is actually like rose-tinted glasses. It's like, on one hand, yeah, I agree. Yeah, but then they have to be getting attacked by something to dodge into lava, though, Anander. They're not just going to dodge into lava for no reason. Anyway, I think that split screen is very much rose-tinted glasses and nostalgia. Like, split screen gaming sucked. And I don't think that that's, like, a big secret. And I think a lot of modern games would kind of suck in split screen, too. And the reason they don't support it is because it performs terribly, right? And, like, a lot of the couch co-op stuff now is, like, single screen. It's not even split screen. Because it just performed terribly. It was a bad gameplay experience. And the reason it's, like, so much less common now is, one, most people who play games online just play over the internet, right? So why bother making a thing for people who don't want it? And also because the experience is inferior. Like, you know, a lot of games shipped with split screen back in the day because it was the one way you could play multiplayer, but like playing fucking Mario Kart in split screen on a tube TV that was 22 inches with 4 people sucked. Except niche titles like I wouldn't call Halo a niche title, but I know what you mean. It's weird wording. Had to make chicken BBQ. We've started stealing books from local monasteries is what we've done. I'm giving my dwarves the opportunity to keep training. I'm actually curious, what is your... I guess I don't get to see what your... Maybe that doesn't actually train the thing I thought it would. Time spent with government is being stored in a location because it's our library. Bastion of Galleys. What do I name this library? The Bastion of... Let's call it the Bastion of Animals. Why don't we do that? And then... Does anybody seem like they would fit being a scholar? Does UGDPY want to be a scholar? You're not any good at scholaring things. But let's see. Currently is making nice blocks. You do want to think abstractly, so this would clear that. Oh, damn. I remember playing Modern Warfare 2 on my friend's Xbox at my friend's house in split screen. We did the Spec Ops missions. Those were okay, but I would say it was more fun because I was hanging out with my friend and not because I was playing split screen co-op. Yeah, the niche title that launched the Xbox, made by a little indie company named Bungie, which actually was true until recently. So Datan Lolok Gubol, the metalsmith, has created Nikol Lusur Ezar Basin, a lead cabinet, and offers it to the trampled machine. This is a lead cabinet. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with emerald-cut onyx opals and square, brilliant-cut Clara opals, and decorated with tower cap and encircled with bands of giant ulm bone and emerald-cut Claro opals. This object menaces with spikes of alpaca wool, galena, and on the item is an image of Kodal, Silver Crater, the dwarf in lead. Hello, Asori. How are you? Man, where do I put this? I'm thinking we put it... Ooh, I put it in the dormitory. Make those poor dormitory dwarves a little slightly happier-ish. Wouldn't it be grand to just take my life off and, you know, spend the rest of my... do nothing for the rest of my days? I agree, dwarf. I agree. I should put another dining hall in here, actually. If you're calling fighting games a dead genre, you need to look at how well games sell these days. Because fighting games are far from a dead genre. Beat-em-ups have made a bit of a comeback as of late, especially when you consider, like, the popularity of a lot of run-based games. I would not call fighting games a dead genre. I don't play fighting games, but they're certainly not dead. And also you need to look at how well Mortal Kombat sells still. And Tekken. And even Street Fighter sold super well. And for beat-em-ups, up until recently I would have said, excuse me, have you heard of the Yakuza franchise? But now I would have to say, excuse me, have you heard of the Like a Dragon franchise? Aside from that, they're now JRPGs and like turn-based combat instead of beat-em-ups. But they were beat-em-ups for a very long time. It's like, do they look like Gauntlet? No, not Gauntlet. Do they look like Golden Axe anymore? No, not really. Do they look like Streets of Rage anymore? No, not. Didn't they just make another one of those? But do they look like those old games still? No, of course not. But they absolutely do still exist, and they still get made quite frequently. Okay, we're going to take you guys off of constant training as well. We're going to put them to off-duty. Just let them go put their stuff away. So, yeah, I don't think any of those games are dead genres per se. Dwarf grabs socks. Where are you headed to go grab more stuff? I love that the military just gets to go streaking after they're done being in the military. Why do you have 2 pairs of pants on? Dwarf, excuse me? I have several questions. Or are you throwing out the other pair? You might be throwing out the other pair. Nope. Okay, so I just need to get you shirts. Okay, so let's jump over to another dwarf here and just be like, tunic, sock, shoe, glove, cap, trousers. And I'm just going to do 50 of each. And I'm just going to do that annually. Well, Could be slightly more fancy than that, but... Seasonally, maybe. And yearly. 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 Yearly, sweet. Because this dwarf needs a shirt. Because you're currently running around partially uncovered. You know... Okay, so I'm gonna just state this, NME. If you want to be that way about Batman Arkham games, they're clearly an action-adventure game. Do you know what an adventure game is? It's a point and click, right? A game where you go collect items, to go put items on items, to open doors, to get events, right? The Batman Arkham games are clearly an action-adventure game, where you go seek out items, to go get items, to get into doors, to get story events, right? Action-adventure. Just like the Dark Souls franchise. It's not an RPG, it's an action-adventure, where you go collect items, and take items and put them in items, and then you kill things to get events, right? Just like how the Legend of Zelda games aren't an RPG, even though they call them that for some fucking reason. They're action-adventure games, right? A lot of games can be very easy to distill down to just one specific genre. I would agree with you that Batman Arkham games are an action-adventure, but they definitely have the subgenre of beat 'em up. Find me a console game that's point and click, I rest my case. Suited. Battletoads was so fun. Disagree. You are a bad person if you think Battletoads was fun. You just liked watching your friends suffer because you only owned Battletoads and thus thought that it was a good game because it was very funny to watch your friends get mad when you made them play Battletoads. So saying Battletoads is fun, Anander, just makes you into a bad person. Okay, so this whole area needs to be renovated. This is my, like, fuck, I need to fix this area right now. And I'm also just going to go here and put doors here and here because I know that if I don't, I'm going to regret them. Never played Battletoads? It's a terrible video game. And some asshole let them make a sequel. I wonder what... Okay, so it's Rovod now. Alright, so UG, DPY. You here. Just stop. Just stop. No, it wasn't. Battletoads was not fine back in the day. Battletoads was bad back in the day, and people played games because it was the game they had, not because it was good. I did that too with plenty of bad games. We can accept that that game is bad. It was ambitious and it tried to do too much. It tried to be a massive multi-genre thing in an era where that didn't need to exist. I like how this, like, our old Fortress founder is focused. That's good to see. Mass Morass doing okay. Just needs to craft an object. I can tell you for a fact Battletoads was not built for an arcade. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make an animal catching thing. But I'd also like to finish making these. Also, I love how all of you guys are like half-assed defending Battletoads. Allow me just to hate on Battletoads. Jeez, that game was bad. Just accept it. You don't need to defend it. You're not going to change my mind. I think that game is bad. It was bad when it was new, and it's bad now. It was ambitious, and people can respect it for that, but it's not a good video game. Game is unpleasant to play. Controls bad. Looks blurry. Hard to discern what's going on. It's an important video game, but it's not a good video game. Anyways, no, but I can tell you to shut up and change the subject, please. Smile. Raging Cave. Well, maybe not shut up, but I can ask you nicely to please change the subject, because no, I'm not going to change my mind. That game is bad. I don't want you to change my mind, and you're not going to. Continuing the subject, it just gets mildly annoying after a while. It doesn't benefit anybody. It's not like this is even an unpopular opinion. It's like a normal opinion. It's hot outside? Yep. It's hot inside. Should be in magma. There's lava right there. And I got a river going through the fort. Remember how earlier I said that people who insist that games like that are good are bad people test successful? I think your friend was a bad person. In the YouTube chat, test successful says that they had a buddy who swore by bad rats. If they thought it was funny... And okay, so this is what they said, word for word. I had a buddy swear by bad rats. That was a horrid game, and he would Steam gift to literally everybody. You know that that's a 4chan meme, right? Bad Rats is a kind of racist, very bad physics game that was always 99 cents on Steam. And it was known for being the worst game on Steam at the time, which is now kind of quaint in modern context. And Bad Rats was gifted to everybody constantly because it was from an era of Steam where you couldn't reject gifts. So it was the worst game on Steam, and it sold a lot of copies specifically because you couldn't say no. That literally is what that game is. So if you have a friend who swore by it, they were just a 4chan hustler. Maybe they didn't tell you, but that's all it is. Nobody actually likes that game. That's why people would go around and gift it to everybody. I gifted that game to people because I thought it was funny. It was just a joke to gift that game to people. There was at one point I had like 30 copies of that game sitting in my like inventory on Steam that I couldn't get rid of. Yes, that too. Shadow. You can now permanently delete games from Steam accounts. So literally that became a meme in large portions of the internet because you couldn't get rid of it once it was in your account. So congratulations. My point's made. Your buddy's a bad person. Also, test successful says they didn't know this. So there you go. All right, so I'm going to go grab a vermin captures work. I thought those were smaller than that. Okay. Time to make some vermin catchers. What are these? What? 5 by 5. Wow, those are big workshops. 5 by 5. We're going to make 2 of them. Maybe 3. We are going to start catching vermin. See what we can get. Because I literally never do this in Dwarf Fort. And everybody says they also don't do this. So we're going to do this. Just to see if it's actually useful. Because supposedly it covers the need for excitement. Which I think is interesting. And to rest and... This dwarf is dwelling upon the fact that they had to rest and recuperate, which is always a little tricky. I mean, mini pets? I mean, sure. More like normal-sized pets, actually. Like, if you think how big a dog is, and then think about, like, how big most pets are in comparison to dwarf size, it's more like normal-sized pets. I don't know. Is it? Wizard? I use a Ryzen, so I don't know. So this is the problem with like making dwarves take their clothes off to put on military gear, is then they run around naked until there's gear available. Embarrassed when uncovered. Embarrassed to have no shirt. Yep. Why are those clothes not getting madeses? Okay, where's my manager? What are you up to, manager? Budgie, can you please go do your job and stop reading books? There you go. Thank you, Budgie. Can we, like, not talk about bad rats? It is the year 2024, right? We realize that bad rats hasn't been a going concern since what year did that game come out? Bad Rats. The Bad Rats show released in 2016. Like, let's get a new joke already. I want to practice some martial art. You also really want to acquire an object. I'm going to make silver ring. I'm going to make 100 of them. Let's make 150 of them. So how many bars do I have these days? 400 bars made of silver. I think we can afford to make some silver rings. Today's the first day you ever heard of this game. It's news to you? Well, that's fair. I'm sorry that you had to learn about a shitty old Steam meme. This is literally, like, ancient history as far as Steam is concerned. And then the other thing I want to do is I want to go down here. Going to make a magma kiln. Ooh. And a magma kiln. 2 obsidian magma kilns. It's okay. Revel in your, like, unawareness of human stupidity. Treasure it. I want to say this is clay loam. Actually, which means I could probably just